Send it. Send video is private. Yes. I'm not starting it. What about live stream link?
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, distinguished teachers. Can you all hear me?
Can hear you.
In the comments, yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you, yeah.
Thank you. Kindly mute and I will see to admitting the other people in. You're all welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Okay, I will Great. Thank you. Help me send that link, the YouTube link, to my WhatsApp. Yeah. Yes, I'm muted. Hello, everyone. So we will start the meeting shortly, and I'm checking to see that my tutor general. Yes, my audio is on mute now. Okay. Okay, you're all welcome. I want to check to see that my tutor general still not unmuted. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's unmuted. Yeah, can you see me? Yeah. Let's use the chat. Yeah, all welcome. Yeah, all welcome. Yeah, all welcome. It's yeah, all welcome. Okay, okay. Let me see. The TGPS is in the waiting room, and the TGPS, the Honorable TGPS of the. You can't hear me. How is it now? Can you hear me now? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Awesome. So I am looking out for my tutor general, who is going to be giving us the keynote speech to start the program. The Tutor General, Dr. Mrs. Yusuf Sharifa. Okay. I'm going to unmute her from my end here. Please unmute Dr. Mrs. Yusuf Sharifa. Let me see her. Okay. Dr. Mrs. Yusuf Sharifa is here. And I want to Dr. Mrs. Sharifa is here. Okay. Yeah. Can we all make welcome Dr. Mrs. Sharifa? Ma'am, please unmute. I've asked you to unmute, ma'am. Can you hear me? Ma'am, Dr. Sharifa, could you please unmute? Oh, no. Okay, you are all welcome. I can see the Tutor General, Dr. Mrs. Sharifa. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. 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 Our TGPS is the TGPS still here? All right, you are all welcome. Okay, the TGPS is back and I can see her chat. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, please. I have asked you to unmute. I can't see the TGPS here again. Let me. All right, do we have? Okay, so you are all welcome to the Space Science in Education training. This is the training that helps you as our distinguished teachers to be able to integrate space into your lessons in the classroom. As you are all aware, Nigeria is planning to send our first astronauts into space, and this program has been organized for you as key stakeholders in molding the lives of the next generation as you teach in your classrooms to inspire them to be problem solvers, critical thinkers, and innovative minds. We are going to be discussing how to use our lessons, integrate space science into our lessons so that our students can learn through the lens of space exploration, whatever the subject you're teaching, be it science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. So all these subjects are very much, they have their various roles to play. In the meantime, I will be having Dr. Mrs. Adeyemi Kudirat to present to us on environmental sustainability, the role of space science. She will be coming up now, and when the TGPS is back, I would have her on. Okay, Dr. Adeyemi, are you ready, ma?
Hello, good morning, ma.
Yes, Dr. Adeyemi, please.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Is here, please.
The TGPS is online.
Yes, I'm coming through.
Yes.
Yes.
She's online. She's online. Please let her
Okay,
give her speech.
Okay, can we have her turn on her video? Okay, beautiful. Awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am. I am grateful. Everyone, please welcome the TGPS of District 6, Lagos Education District 6, Oshodi, Lagos State, Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Yusuf Sharifa Ajoke. Can we give her a round of applause? Use the...
You're most welcome.
To give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. We are honored.
You're welcome, ma'am.
You're welcome, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Are you ready, ma'am? Ma, please unmute. We can't hear you, ma.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma.
Yes, I am happy to be here. And I want to specifically thank Banke for giving me this honor to be part of this program. Start by saying good morning to you, esteemed educators and dedicated facilitators. And
Good morning, ma'am.
Special one to Banke Adewusi, the convener of this particular training. It is with great sense of enthusiasm and a deep sense that I join this transformative journey of integrating space science into our educational framework. Today, we gather not just as teachers, but as architects of the future who are determined to shape the minds of our learners. Let me firstly appreciate the efforts of Oluwabanke Adewusi and all the sponsors of this particular program. I want to say thank you for bringing up this great job. As educators, we are also familiar with the challenges of engaging students in classrooms, especially the kind of large classrooms we have in our public schools. We all know that the diversity of learning styles, the very levels of prior knowledge and the sheer number of students. Opportunities to spark curiosity, inspire, ignite passion for learning, and this transcends the four walls of our classrooms. Of course, as educationists, we know that learning does not take place in the classroom alone, and this is where space science comes in. With its vastness and mysteries, space science has a unique power to captivate the imagination of every student. From the moment they gaze at the night sky filled with stars and galaxies, to when they ponder the possibility of life beyond the earth, the subject naturally stimulates inquiry and wonder. Space science connects with the innate human desire to explore, to discover, and to understand the unknown. But why should we integrate space science into our educational system? And how can we effectively do so, especially in the large classrooms as ours? First, let us talk about why. Space science is not just about rockets, planets, or astronauts. It is a multidisciplinary field that encompasses physics, chemistry, biology, in fact, all other sciences, including mathematics and even arts. Space science provides a context through which students can explore and apply STEM concepts in meaningful ways. It teaches critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration, skills that are essential in our rapidly changing world. However, space science fosters a global perspective. It reminds us that we are all inhabitants of the same planets, sharing the same sky and facing the same challenges. By integrating space science into our curriculum, we are not just teachers, We are nurturing a generation of thinkers, innovators, and global citizens. Now, the how. Implementing space science in large classrooms requires creativity, strategy, and a willingness to innovate. It is about making the most of the resources we have and adapting them to suit our unique environment. Here are a few strategies that you can take with you from this training. 1, use space as a hook. Start your lesson with intriguing space-related questions or phenomena. For example, what will happen if you fall into a black hole? Or how do astronauts grow plants in space? Such questions can grab students' attention and set the stage for deeper exploration into scientific concepts. Number 2, incorporate multimedia and technology. Of course, these days, we are talking more of using technology in the presentation of instructions. When we leverage videos, simulations, and virtual reality tools to bring space science to life, these resources can make abstract concepts more concrete and accessible, especially in large classrooms where direct interaction might be limited. And of course, students become more interested in listening and they get the attention of what the teachers is about to impact on them. Number 3, project-based learning. It encourages students to work on space themes projects in groups. This approach not only makes learning more engaging, but it also fosters collaboration and teamwork. Projects could range from designing a model spacecraft to developing a plan for a sustainable colony on Mars. Number 4, cross-curricular connections. Connect space science with other subjects. For example, in language arts, students could write science fiction stories set in space. In art, they could create models or drawings of planets and stars. We could equally bring in some songs and music. I could remember when I was listening to the music, I believe I can fly. What quickly comes to my mind is about the space, flying in the sky. Number 5, inquiry-based learning. It promotes inquiry and investigation by allowing students to ask questions and explore their interests within the realm of science. It creates a classroom environment where curiosity is encouraged and celebrated. Of course, peer learning is equally part of it. We utilize peer teaching in large classrooms. Students can be assigned as experts on different topics and share their knowledge with their classmates. This not only reinforces the experts' understanding, but also builds a collaborative learning environment. And my dear educators and facilitators, as you undergo this training, remember that you are not alone in this endeavor. You are part of a community of educators, all striving to bring the wonders of space science into the classroom. Endeavor to share your experiences, learn from each other, support one another, and then ensure that you work together to bring our plans into fruition. In conclusion, as Nigeria prepares to send our first astronaut into the space, the integration of space science into our education system is not just about teaching the subject, it is about inspiring a generation. It is about equipping our students with the skills, knowledge, and mindset they need to thrive in a world that is constantly evolving. They need to know that there is another kind of learning beyond the four walls of our classrooms. It is about fostering a sense of wonder and a passion for exploration that will stay with them throughout their lives, just as that song resonates in my mind all the time. So as you leave this training and return to your classrooms, I urge you to be bold, to be innovative, and to let the vastness of space inspire the way you teach our students, because they are the future. And by bringing space science into their lives, we are helping them reach for the stars, literally and figuratively. Thank you. And I say, may your efforts illuminate the path of the next generation of explorers, scientists, and thinkers who will be inspired to travel beyond our solar system. Once again, thank you for having me. I wish you all the very best. And I believe that with this training, we will always all come out better, and our children who happen to be our future generation will be the best for it. Once again, thank you, and have a very explorative and interesting time ahead.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are glad that you came in, and thank you for those wise words. I am grateful. Thank you, ma'am. So a round of applause for our TGPS as we move on to the next presentation. And that's by Dr. Kudirat Adeyemi. Okay. Yeah. All right. We are moving on. If you have not been able to join in here, you can watch the stream live on YouTube. We are going to be having Dr. Mrs. Kudirat Adeyemi right about now. Dr. Mrs. Kudirat Adeyemi, thank you for joining in, ma'am. You can speak now.
Okay. My fellow doctor, Dr. Adewusi Banke, I have to launch the DR for you today. I appreciate God for that in your life. Before I go into the topic given to me, I'll have to acknowledge my erudite TGPS, Dr. Mrs. Sherifat Yusuf. Our TGPS, I'd like to say a big thank you for that lovely speech of yours. And I believe the Tutor General Permanent Secretary of Education District 6 have said everything that we need to know as teachers, educators, so that we can be on the same page with the global world. On this note, I'll say good morning to every one of us. And as the convener has said, I have a topic to present here, which is environmental sustainability, the role of space science in education. We are going to understand my own very field, which is environmental science. Why do we need to have environmental science in our educational system? What we need to know and how we can apply or integrate space science into it. Because the two has to work together in order for us to have a sustainable development environment. So I have done, I'm so sorry, Dr. Banker, we have to help in sharing of my slide.
Yes,
but
I am sharing your slides,
yes,
ma'am.
I know you have started, but I have to follow the slide accordingly. So I have the presentation outline there. I'm going to give you an insight of the introduction, which more or less I have said in the course of, appreciating the speech of our erudite TGPS. And we have the definition of the key terms. Why education? Why are we interested in education? What is the importance of education to us? And why do we, request for educational, environmental education? Then why this space science education? Why space science? Then I have my conclusion. Dr. Banke, can I have the next slide? That is the introduction. The next slide.
Yes, please.
Let me have the next slide after outline.
Yes,
I think I should have the introduction.
Yes.
Yes. Like I said, when I was trying to come in, I said something about we need to understand the environment. And when we look at the environment now, we have a critical issue at stake. It's not Nigeria issue alone or challenge alone. It's a global challenge. And on this note, there should be a way out for us. And I want to believe that if we are able to integrate space science into it, it will make the way out to be much, much easier for us in order for us to have a sustainable environment. Like I said, climate change as an environmental challenge is the most prevalent challenge among the challenges in the environment. And there is no continent that is spared. No continent, no nation, no world that is exceptional of these climate change effects. Therefore, there is a need to address these challenges. You know, we talk of climate change because climate change is the most prevalent one, like I said. That is not the only climate challenges that we have, but it is the most prevalent one, and that is why you see the world talking about it. So therefore, there is a need to address these challenges of environmental sustainability through space science, and which means we have to integrate space science into our educational system in order for us to enhance sustainable development of the environment. Dr. Banke, next slide, please. We look at some of the keywords. Next slide. We look at some of the keywords. We want to get ourselves familiarized with some of the words that will be coming across while we are talking about environmental sustainability, as we want to integrate space science into it. We have to understand the word education, environmental, science, space, and space science itself. And we all agree with me that education is a powerful, is a powerful weapon. Without education, that means we have nothing doing. So many things will be on the negative side. So we need to be well-informed, well-educated, like Nelson Mandela said, that education is a powerful weapon that can be used in changing the world, and that is true. Once we are properly informed, I believe the world will be in a positive shape. Environmental, the word environmental, is when we have a complex of physical, chemical, or biotic factors and see how these factors act upon organisms. And I would like every one of us to know that it is what we give out that these factors returns back to us. We talk more on it as we move into the slides. Science is, I want to believe every one of us present here, we are all in the science subject teaching area. From Mama's speech, it's not meant for the science teachers alone. The social sciences should be part of what we're doing, and I believe we have some of them on board too. And if not, we are now the ambassadors. So we need to go out and replicate whatever we have taken from this training so that we can all be on a good note, so that we can have a sustainable, developed environment. So we are saying that the word science is understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. As scientists, we have stages. When you have a guesswork hypothesis, it has to pass through what? Experimentation. Without that, we cannot absorb it as a law or a theory. And you know what I'm saying? We have our laws, we have our theories in all the things we do, both in the physics, in the chemistry, in the biology, and other aspects of the sciences. Then what is space itself? Is just a region beyond the Earth's atmosphere. That's just what space is. Space science is the scientific. Space science itself is a scientific
Dr.
method
Ma'am,
that
can you
yes,
still see your screen?
yes, I can see my screen. I can see it.
The screen is sharing, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, you
it
are
is.
good.
It is. I can see. Yes.
All right, go on, ma'am.
It's fine. I can see it. So this workspace science is just a scientific method that we use for space exploration. So we will see the usage as we move on in the course of my discussion with you. Next slide, my sister. Next slide. That is the quest for education. Why do we request for education? Why do we need for knowledge? Why do we call for knowledge? The next slide, please. Well, while we are waiting for the next slide, I'll take that so that we can have our time for our questions and answers. Education is a valuable asset which provides solutions to personal...
Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen, but I said next one, move to the next slide. I'm done with this slide.
Okay.
To the next
Hold
slide.
on. Can you see the next slide?
No, you are still on the same slide.
The slide is, what is sustainable development?
No, the slide is quest for education. That's the next one.
Quest for education.
Yes.
Is this?
Yes.
All right.
No, you are still on definition of key terms.
I have moved on to
slide 5. That's slide 5.
Yes, I've moved it on here.
The screen is yet to move.
You have not moved it.
Is the screen? The screen is still showing me slide 4.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, let me move on. Like I said.
How about just a minute? How about now? Quest for education. Can you see it?
No.
I've moved it. What can you see now?
Definition of key terms.
How about now?
Not yet. You've not moved it.
Hold on for me. It's saying screen sharing paused now. Screen sharing is paused.
Okay.
Let me start it again. What can you see now?
It's still the same slide 4, definition of key terms.
Yes.
Hold
it has
on.
Not changed.
I guess it's just hanging. So
okay.
Hold on a minute. Let me see to that.
Can you pause the sharing and start again?
Okay, let me do that. Okay, and I'm going to start sharing again. Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. What can you see on my screen now?
Still the same thing, the same definition of key terms.
Definition of key terms. How about now?
Same.
The same thing.
Okay, just hold on a moment. I stopped sharing so that I can start again. Because it's moving here.
It's not moving on the screen here.
At all.
So it means it's not sharing.
It's not moving there, but it's Just hold on a minute. Let me take it out again. Okay. One moment.
First term and second term.
Yeah.
That's one. Ajala, my hand of Kenya phone, printer, my bank.
Yes, I can now see it.
So quest sustainability. Can you see quest for sustainability?
Yes. No, you are on the right slide now. Slide 5, quest for education.
Great.
That's
Please.
up. So I'll take it from there.
Yes,
Why
please.
education? Why the need for education? We said education is a valuable asset which provides solutions to personal, societal problems, which is a critical step in solving any problem and the bedrock to knowledge. Except we are knowledgeable, that is when we can get solutions to a problem or solutions to problems that we have in the environment. So we have to educate our students on environmental issues. The problems we have environmentally, it is when they understand this that we can now say we need to integrate space science into it, because space science is going to bring in new ideas, innovations that we need in mitigating. I will not say total solving, but we mitigate. We can reduce the challenges to a minimal level so that we can have a better and a sustained developed environment. Next slide, please. What is sustainable development itself?
Can you see that, ma'am?
Yes, I have my pie charts there. You can see that the sustainable development has 3 components: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. So an environment that is not stable environmentally can never be developed. And what we are saying in essence is that the main reason why we need to take the students. We need to teach them. We need to let them know. They must be informed. You know, I'm saying students, because to me, as I move on, I will tell you why I'm really emphasizing on students. Majority of us here that are even listening, that we are training today, some of us, we are very difficult in changing of our beliefs. We have our beliefs, I'll be there. We have our beliefs that this is how it should be. Forgetting that the environment itself is dynamic. Since the environment is dynamic, we have to be too. We have to move, we have to change with the environment. And so that is why I so much love, talking about us, inviting the student, bringing the student into whatever we're doing, because they are the one that will spread it. And you know what funny things about these students? When you as their parents are doing something wrong, they have their style of correcting you. And you know what? You don't want to be corrected by our children. So I believe they are our own targets now, and they must be properly informed on environmental issues and the way out. So what we are saying about sustainable development is that when we try to meet the needs, we all have our needs now. I'm not talking of your own personal one. I'm talking of environmental needs without compromising the need of the future generation. Like I said, that was a program that I went to facilitate. I told them, I said, we are in the 21st century. 22nd century, I doubt if any one of us will be there. They look at me as if I was trying to cause them. But I told them, I said, the least year cannot be less than 14 years. Kindly had that to 76 years to go out of this century. That was when they got the message. Because it is us, the grace of God, that we have some of us that will be up to 100 or even 120. So when that generation comes into being, what happens? That means they will have to cause this generation for what you have done to the environment. So we have to put into mind these three components: environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. And this is what space science is going to help us, to find solutions into. Next slide, please. What is environmental education? That's the next slide. You can see how beautiful it is. You can see the beautiful robot there telling us what we need to know. What is environmental education? A sustainable developed environment. Environmental education is the study of the interaction between the physical, chemical, and biological components of the environment. What is natural science? Natural science has to do with the physical and the biological aspects of the environment. So that means if you are in the physics department, chemistry department, geography department, biology department, we are now challenged to take up the teaching and learning of space science in whatever we are explaining to the students. I know some of us will say, how? I'm a physicist, I'm an environmental physicist, and I know in physics we have optical instruments. That is the optic aspect of it, where we are going to look at the instruments that we use in taking data or in measuring things that are far away from us. We have our telescopes, which we use to measure, to take data for or to sight celestial bodies. So we need to dwell well into this when we are teaching that area. It's an opportunity for us to enlighten the students on how best they can make use of this particular aspect, the knowledge that they are going to acquire here. So we have to chip in the ideas of the problems that is facing or that are facing the environment. We must. And that's why we have to be, as scientists, we have to be environmentalists. We must teach them environmental science alongside whatever subject we are teaching. So it is the study of interaction between the natural science subjects so that we can have a better environment. Once this is known to us, that is, we are properly informed about environmental education, then we know there is an issue, a pressing issue at hand. The next slide, my sister. Dr. Banke, the next slide, please. You can see how beautiful this is. The art itself is awesome. I said in the course of my introduction that there is a prevailing challenge among the challenges of the environment, which is climate change. And when we are saying climate change, we are talking about global warming. And what is warming itself? The temperature is increasing. When you have an increased temperature, even you as a human being, your temperature, got increased above 36 degrees, which is the normal temperature of a normal body, and you are having above that. My biologist in the house, you know what I'm saying? Even the chemists in the house, you know what I'm saying? It shows that system is non-normal. There is abnormality in that system. So when the temperature of the environment gets increased by what we give, what we do, then something is happening. And that means the earth itself is crying. The earth is eating up. And as a result of that, we are having environmental issues. Next slide, please.
Can you see this slide, ma'am?
You know what? Yes, I can see it. I can see the next slide. That's why environmental education, I'm still on that. We are still continuing. Now that we know what environmental education is, let us see how can we, bring this to the knowledge of our students. Like I said, I told you why I always mention students. I'm also an educationist like you. I'm a teacher, and I believe in my students. I believe more in my students than even in you that are present at this training. I must tell you. I believe in them because when you tell them sit down, they will sit. Because you can easily change their behavior towards things positively. I'm not talking about negative, positively. So why environmental education? One, it brings about building awareness. When these students are properly informed, it provides a comprehensive understanding of the interconnectedness of the ecosystems and the human activities. The ecosystems, where we are talking about the relationship of the living and not living. The ecosystem itself is the environment. And the element of the environment are your hydrosphere, the geographers in our midst, your hydrosphere, your biosphere, your lithosphere, and your atmosphere itself. And like as an environmentalist, environmental physicist, I will tell you, in everything we do, there is nothing that we do that do not have a negative impact. But there are some that when we do them, it gives us more. But some will give us less. Like when we are trying to look at the parameters of the environment, we want to, measure the atmospheric parameters to know how sensitive they are. When you talk about temperature is the most sensitive among them. Any slight change in temperature, it affects every other atmospheric parameters. So the same thing is applicable to this component, the elements of the environment. Like I've mentioned, I said the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, the biosphere, and the atmosphere. The atmosphere is the most sensitive among them. And that is where we are. That is where we find ourselves today. When I say we find ourselves today, I will dwell more into it because that is what is giving us the major problem we are facing about the environment. That is our climate change. It is what we are giving to it because it is the most sensitive among the elements of the environment. So awareness building is a major thing because it gives us a comprehensive understanding of the ecosystem and human activities, what we do, what we give to the environment. So these students must be properly informed. They must be aware. 2, knowledge acquisition. I know this has to do with the curriculum. I said it earlier. I said we have our scheme of work, we have our topics, we'll be giving the topics. And actually, I know that there is deliberation on environmental education to be integrated into our teaching and learning. But while we are waiting for the final say on that, we can't be ambassador of this. We can't marry it into our teaching and learning as we are now. We have topics that are related to the environment. Let's go deep into it. Let's let them know what they need to know, what they need to do. And they say what you know, becomes powerless to you. Like I said, education is a powerful weapon that can change the world because you have informed them. So the world can be positively changed. Critical thinking. I know you will say these children are just children, they are babies. They cannot think. I'm telling you, just give them a little tip. You get beautiful results from them. You get beautiful ideas from them. These students are multi-talented. If you listen to the keynotes of my TGPS, she said, we are nurturing talents they are great thinkers. And to top it all, she said they are global citizens, not national citizens. We are teaching them, we are informing them to be accepted globally. So allow them to think. Now we have to think out of the box. It's not the same thing we know yesterday that we are going to say we know today, or that we are going to know tomorrow. We need to start going outside the box, now out of it, so that we can get solutions to the problem at hand. So the students, let's engage them into critical thinking. And this will challenge the student to analyze complex environmental issues, which will enable the student to devise innovative solutions to sustainable challenges. Next slide, please.
Right, ma'am.
Okay. We are looking at values and attitude formation, like I said. Here is our attitudinal change. This is my norms. This is my culture. This is what we do, and they have been doing it. My educators, I'm part of you. What they were doing then, the environment then was far, far better off than the environment we are having now. There is revolution. Technology is in place. As good as technology is good to us, it has its own side effects too. We want to develop, but are we finding solution? Are we ready for the solution? Are we creating, alternative means to solve the problems that may come from this technology? Are we? And we are saying this is what they do, and they lived well. Yes, they did live well, but what they did then, you can't compare it to what we are doing now. The number of vehicles on our road, you can't compare with the number of vehicles when my father, my grandfather, my grandfather was in this environment. How many trees have you planted today? That's even the easiest way in which you can, remove CO2 from the environment. How many have you planted today? That is the first question we need to ask ourselves. So the major problem we have is our own attitudinal change. We need to have values and attitude formation. Let's be dynamic in nature. Let's take up as the environment is, growing. Let's grow with the environment. Let good idea comes in. Let's, encourage these students. Let's encourage them so that they can be responsible too and get committed to sustainable practices. Because it is what we do. Like I said, we are their mirror. They tend to do back. So we need to get a change in our attitude so that these students can cultivate or have that habit too, in order for us to have a sustainable environment. Community engagement. Engaging our children in community-based environmental projects. Let them come in. They bring in ideas. Coming in to discuss, maybe you have your gathering on your street. Your child of 5 years can make a meaningful change to a problem on that street. So let us engage them. And lastly, that's number 6, I said experiential learning. Let them have a feel of the nature, like taking them for eco camping, workshop, excursion. I know there is a talk on that, but we can do that. We can make an excursion close by our school, maybe the next street, even within a complex, compound. You can have some things of nature around you there. Then you take the student there, let them see it, let them feel it. When the TGPS was giving her speech, she said something about the videos. Bring life into your teaching. Let them see some of these animals. Most of the animals now are going into extinction, even some of us. When we see some animals, we'll be looking at it as if we are seeing something strange. But these animals were there. Where are they now? You mentioned some animals now, your child will be looking at what are you saying? Even you as a parent, do you even know it? Have you seen it? So allow these students, allow them to feel the nature. Let them get informed about nature. Next slide, please. Yes, this is our beautiful environment. This is our human activities. You can see how beautiful this environment is. This environment, as beautiful as it is, the environment will be fine. The environment will be healthy. I know the answer is no. This is a sick environment. And you know what that means? We have life underwater. We have life on land. With all these things that we have as our own, negligence, our own habits, do you think this life would be in existence? The answer is no. So please, let us stop these habits. Next slide. I think the slide has to do with our habits towards the earthing of the earth. The next one. This is a beautiful one. A carbon-free environment. Am I saying the right thing? This is not a carbon-free environment. This is an environment that is polluting the atmosphere. And you know what carbon is? Our great scientists in the house, it absorbs its energy. It's a good absorber of its energy. And when we are supposed to have a good weather, what type of weather do we have? At night, when we are supposed to have a good weather, what weather do you think we have there? The temperature will be at high. Can I continue, please?
Yes, please. That's
the carbon released here will cause tropospheric heating. We have ozone here. The ozone that we are going to generate here is hazardous to us. Ozone is good, but ozone is good at the stratosphere. At the stratosphere, that is where ozone is good, because it's preventing the UV from getting to us. But the one as a result of our own activities is affecting the environment. And that generates the tropospheric ozone, the O3 here, that is hazardous to us. So that's why the students need to be informed about burning of tires. They don't need to do that. We don't burn tires. Let them cultivate the habit of recycling. That is the reason why we need to teach environmental education now. A waste is not yet a waste. A waste at stage A is not a total waste, because stage B will definitely make use fully or partly of the waste of stage A. So we need to teach our students on that. Next slide, please. Next slide, Doctor.
Can you see this slide?
Dr. Banker.
Yes.
Next one. Yes. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. The one that you jumped now is still on the waste of human being, our activities. So let us move on. Yes, I can see. I can see. What I'm seeing is great. It's good. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. These are the activities that we do that hurt the earth. No. Back. That is slide 14. Let me see slide 14. 14. Go back. Yes, this is good. Now we have given the earth. No. Forward. You've seen from the previous slide that the activities released into the environment are not really helping the environment. Forward. So the earth itself is sick. Forward. Yes, next one. Yes, forward. Move to slide 14. 14, the next one. Yes. No. Go back. Back. Slide 14. Look for slide 14 there.
I can't see the numbers of the slides.
Okay, back. Go back. Yes. Leave it now. The symptoms of a sick earth. You can see a beautiful child there. And Dr. Banke, a step forward. The next slide.
You said
yes. Hold it there. Leave it there. Yes, this is a symptom of a sick earth.
Okay.
You can see a beautiful child there crying for help.
Mm-hmm.
You can see our continent there. Other continents are there. So it shows that the globe is calling for our help. The globe as a whole is sick as a result of our activities on the planet Earth. This beautiful child is sick, and this child needs help. You know the sickness? Global warming. extreme weather conditions, excessive precipitation, desertification, flooding. The child is having so many sickness, and we have to help this beautiful child. So who and who are going to do this help? Next slide, please. Who will help this sick child? The next one, my doctor.
Who will help?
All of us. Yes, who will help the earth? Every one of us, we are going to help the earth. You know, when my TGPS was here, she reminded us of a song, R. Kelly, I Believe I Can Fly. But we take us back to Sunny Ade. Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ni, kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan, gbé kémi gbé. So it's the earth now is calling each and every one of us. It's not about Nigeria alone, because when she gave her speech, she said we are building global citizens, not national citizens. And I'm proud to say that I have built and I'm still building global citizens, because I have students that passed out from me. They are in the Western world as I speak to you, and they are doing well. So what will you say about your own student that passed through you? That is the question we need to ask ourselves today. Let's teach them well. Next slide, my sister.
Helping the
earth.
Can you see this slide?
Who? Yes, I can see it. Who and who? What can we do? How are we going to help it? The government has work to do there. We all have work to do there. We talk about making laws and policies. When laws and policies are made, they are not made for animals. They are made for human beings. And I'm sorry to say, we are not different from these that I've mentioned. That's why I use the word. I am highly sorry to say that. And that's why enforcement has to come in. We need to bring in enforcement. This law must come into being. It has to be done. Go on the highway, after taking your drink or whatsoever, what do? How do you dispose your PET bottles? How do you dispose your sachet nylon? Ask yourself that. Your biscuits after eating, your nylon of pop-up, how do you dispose them? Ask yourself these questions. I believe if we have enforcement agents around you, you will remember to pocket it. You will put it in your pocket. Must we get to that stage before doing that? Let us be an advocate. Let's bring in advocacy. Be a voice for the earth. I am one. Dr. Banke is one. The TGPS, she is also one because she has said her own. And if you listen well to her speech, she pleaded that we should take it upon herself to do the right thing for this future generation. She has given you her own voice. So let us bring in our own voice too. I am doing my own voice now, and we need to volunteer too. We have some of you that are doing that. And that I'll give a kudos to the Lagos State government, the Environmental Peace Club. We have our coordinators, and they are doing well. The coordinators of EBC are doing well. And we all have our reward. And I believe Dr. Banke will dwell more into this reward, because one of the rewards is what we are getting today, the reward from EBC. Dr. Banke, am I saying your mind? Am I saying your mind?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want you, let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
Okay, so
No, you have the floor. Let me finish. You have the floor to tell them.
Yes, ma'am.
That we have reward for everything that we do. You volunteer.
Yes.
To be an advocate of environmental education. And you can see the reward today. I'm benefiting from it because the reward is keeping me here too. It's making me a facilitator. So I'm also benefiting from it. And I know I will continue to benefit from it. Then we need to help too by going into, innovative solutions. And that's why these children need to be properly informed. We need to give them this education. Let them understand that we have issues at hand and we need to tackle these issues together. It's not what we can do alone. They must come together with us. We have to join hands together. Sonade said, not just a single bay. We join our hands together to lift it up. Let's do it. Let's involve them. They bring in new ideas to us. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Yes, can you see why space?
Yes, I can see it now. Now, we are now into today's work. We've talked about environmental education. We've enlightened ourselves. How best can we go about it? What is environmental education all about? How best can we integrate, and why do we need to integrate space science into education? Honestly, it's going to make life easy. This is astronomical physics. I'm an environmental physics, lower atmospheric physics. I'm where we are. That is where I am. But I must confess, when she gave me the topic, I went in. I said I have to go and read astronomical physics. And truly, I enjoyed it. It has opened my eyes that we can use space science knowledge to tackle the lower atmospheric problem. Though it is the lower atmospheric problem that is generating majority of these issues. Most of these issues that we have is from our own being, our own activities, anthropogenic activities that ends up giving us these problems we have environmentally. So why are we talking about space science education? Because space science is going to plays a significant role in promoting environmental sustainability by integrating scientific knowledge, technological innovations, and environmental awareness. Because you will go to the space, you take data, you see from above, you see the below, you see the unseen that those below cannot see. And you can see that the awareness will be greater there. And that is why we need to we need to integrate it into our teaching and learning now. And what do we need to do? How do we need to go about it? What is space science itself? You know, I've just explained what space science education is all about. It's just about us, integrating scientific knowledge, technology, innovations, and environmental awareness. That is what space science education is. Space science itself is just a study tools for space exploration. That is what space science is. We want to invite our science knowledge, scientific knowledge, our analysis. We want to put it into practice so that we can explore the space. Let's go above where we are. Let's what is happening. It is very interesting. You know, when you throw it to the students, is it possible for us to have plants in other planets? Is what the astronauts saying about the other planets, is it true or false? You know, you are just giving them things that they can start thinking on. A child may say, oh, I want to be someone that will go to space. I want to be the one that will do the findings for this great country. You know, let's throw it to them. Let's catch them. Let them know that there is another discipline, there is another subject. Majority of students will say, I don't want to be in the science class. Ask them why they will say because of physics. But let's make it interesting to them. As a physicist, you can become, an astronaut. Go to space. People will know you. You'll be number one in Nigeria. as Dr. Banke and Mr. Doshu, they are the #1 in Lagos State now.
It's Dr. Okay, so Dr. Adeyemi has gone off. I guess the network, internet connection can be a thing, right? Thankfully, she has suggested some things we can do. Why space science education important? Some of these things include monitoring and managing natural resources, space science and climate change education helps to also reduce disaster risks. You know, when we went for the Summer Institute in Houston, Texas, and this hurricane was looking around, knowledge of space science helped to monitor what the proposed impact could be so that they can make adequate preparations on ground Earth to forestall any casualties, right? So we cannot overemphasize this enough. It's also important for agricultural sustainability, promoting environmental awareness. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we can hear you.
Helps to promote agricultural sustainability, promoting environmental awareness, capacity building and research. And when you hear astronauts speak, when they look at the Earth from space, they tell us that Earth looks so beautiful and fragile. One action by somebody in Nigeria will have an impact on somebody in the United States of America, in New Zealand, in Ukraine, everywhere. Earth is just all of us. We are all together in this. So your action, my action, is important to ensure that we protect this planet Earth that we are all in. And we have that mandate as teachers, as educators, to inspire our next generation. They are in our classrooms. These students, they are bright. They are intelligent. They just need us to expose them to these things. Once you expose them, yes, we have the peculiarities of our own environment here. We have large classrooms. I have been handling classes where we have up to 100 students, more than 100 students in SS1, you know, and I bring these things to bear and I can identify.
I'm back. Sorry.
Yes, your internet connection
I'm
is.
back. Apologies to everyone there, please. It's because I'm out of the state. So where I have network is not that strong. Yes. And so I tender my own reserved apology to everyone. So let me take it up from there. We are looking at why space science.
Yes.
That is where we are. And we've talked on what is space science. And the Nigeria Space Program, where I said, we are inviting you, Mr. Deoshun, to join us at NASDA. That is National Space Research Development Agency, because we are planning to launch our mission by 2030. So we believe, with your broad knowledge from the Western world, that you are going to teach us, because this agency has been the one providing data that we use in monitoring our environment. 3, we want to look at the role of space science in education. What do we think is going to do? Because we are saying that we need to bring it back. We want to bring it in, integrate it into our teaching and learning. We all see that it's going to provide tools and data for us to understand and manage the environment better for our social and economic growth. Remember, when we look at the pie charts, where we ask ourselves what is environmental, what is a sustainable development? We said sustainable development is an environment that are environmentally stable, socially stable, and economically stable. So if space science is integrated, I want to believe that it's going to help us to manage our environment better, especially in the area of our socio-economic growth. And I will dwell more into that when we go to some other subtopic. Looking at agricultural sustainability, our natural resources monitoring and managing. That's on the next slide. Dr. Banke, can I have the next slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you see it, ma'am?
I can see it. No, yes. That's the next slide. That is point 4. Monitoring and managing natural resources. What are the natural resources we want to manage here? We want to look at our forests. We want to look at the water bodies. So many other natural resources, we tend to look at them. You know, part of the activities that we give to the environment endanger the lives of some of the beings that are under the water. We remember our SDG goals, the 17 goals. And I want to believe SDG 14 talks about the lives below water, and then 15 talks about life on land. While 13 is a major concern, global warming, climate change. That is 13. So we tend to use that's the data provided through space science, acquisition. We use it to work on the natural resources, our forests, for researchers to be able to track deforestation, where we are having that, the certification, and this will also contribute to better environmental management and sustainability practices. The number 5, that is where we have the space science and climate change education. We want to maneuver the two together. If I stand to talk now, I will tell you environmental education is more important than space science education. But I will thank Dr. Banke, and I would love to also thank Limitless, what did I put it, is the organization, executives that have come, to bring more light into space science education. So I've been able to see that we have to work together. Collaboration, teamwork gives the results. So I will not say environmental education alone can do the work, but space science education married into environmental education give us a good result. So if we are able to put in space science education into climate change education, I want to believe that we are going to have a generation that is environmentally conscious. We have environmentally conscious. Hello? Okay. I thought I've muted. That's why. So I can see that I'm still with you.
Yes, you
so
are
rounding up. We are going to have a generation. Okay.
Yes.
We are going to have a generation that is environmentally conscious and that are also, going to develop a means in which we can use to mitigate our environmental challenges. Then let me just rush through once we have environmental space science integrated into our teaching and learning, we'll be able to reduce disasters. I'm going through it because I want to go to conclusion. The conclusion is very important to me. Like I said, I've said something about agricultural sustainability, where we try to look at monitoring and managing of our data. Then also we promote environmental awareness there. Then capacity building, that is part of what we're doing now. Capacity building, we are doing it locally. People are being informed now at this level, and at this level, you can take it up to other levels. So we have to start from our local environment before going up. Then sustainable urban planning too. This will help us to plan our cities. It helps us to plan our cities. Once we have the data, number of population that we have and so on and so forth in the city, we'll be able to plan accordingly to know what to do in order to sustain the environment. Then finally, we have our pictures there to show us what we can do, what we need to do, who are responsible that need to work with us. Every one of us, like I said, we need to work together. Then I'll run through the conclusion. And on this note, I want everybody to permit me. I would like to read. This I've said something about it. That is where I will talk about the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? We are the stakeholder, the government, every one of us, the academics, the NGO, the community people, just mentioned the private sectors, every one of us, we are all stakeholders in this course. So we need to come together, and things we need to do, they are on the slide too, which I believe probably Dr. Banke will share with every one of us through our mail. You have recycling there too, in order to, we have precision farming too. These are the things space science education is going to help us with, and that will bring about, economical growth in our society. So conclusion, I want to plead for your indulgence. I would like to read. I'm not going to read everything, but I'll read the main point there, so that we can see that space science actually should be integrated into teaching and learning. The first question I would like to ask every one of us is that, unless we act now, if we don't do it now, when do we plan doing it? We just have to act now. So global warming may cause significant climate change with potential consequences on the sustainable development of the environment, which is a key word there. Sustainable development. Everybody wants his or her own environment to be developed. That is each or our own world to be developed. And how can we develop it? We need to start now. We don't need to procrastinate. We don't need to defy it. We just have to start. So there is no better time than now for us to begin to think out of the box. I said that. We need to start thinking out of the box, not the same method you are using, the same way you are using to wear your clothes that you will use again. No. Let's create other means in which that can be of benefit. And when we think out of the box, we bring in new ideas in there. 3, by giving priority to space science in education and policy, Nigeria can unlock new opportunities for innovations. When we try to imbibe this space science into our educational system, I want to believe there will be opening. Even as teachers, we have better openings in which we can fly in, so that we can also have an economic growth and long-term sustainability. Then lastly, let me run through my last conclusion part there. Like I said, I don't want to take our time again. Finally, a holistic approach to environmental and space science education for students is crucial in creating a generation that not only understand, not a generation that will understand the challenges of our planet. That's what our planet is facing. But also be equipped, these students will be equipped with the knowledge, which is very important, and values. When you don't have values for things, that thing will become meaningless. So they will understand the values of these things, and this will make them to contribute actively. Underline the word actively, not just make contribution. Because Dr. Banke is aware now. She has the knowledge, she understands the value. You can see how active she is now to, carry every one of us along to make our own active contribution to a sustainable development. If not now, when do we want to start? And if not here, that is, if not Education District 6 in our various schools in Lagos State, where do you think you can start? If not us, if not me, I am highly honored. I will say thank you to you. I will say thank you to my erudite TGPS for allowing me to be part of this training. My TGPS, with due respect, ma, Dr. Mrs. Sharafat Yusuf, I appreciate you, ma. Thank you so much, ma. The Limitless family, executive educators on board with us, I say thank you for this great opportunity given to us in Education District 6 and to everyone. Thank you. God bless us.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you. Can we please give her a round of applause with the emotions? Thank you so much for honoring my call. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much, ma'am. So quickly, we will have our limitless global educator because we are going on a break after Mr. Abraham Ngobiri. Mr. Abraham Ngobiri, can you hear me? You're on now. Mr. Abraham Ngobiri, you have seen his profile on the YouTube channel. He teaches biology. We don't want to take your time with going through the protocols. So thank you so much, Dr. Adeyemi, for your
You're
time.
welcome, ma'am.
Been so much with
And thank you
us.
for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I believe we've gotten action points, activities, and things we can do back in our classrooms, right? So, Mr. Abraham, please put on your video. Mr. Abraham is a limitless global educator. And he will be holding he will be the speaker and facilitator for the next session. Mr. Abraham. Okay. So we are going to take your questions. If you have questions while Mr. Abraham is coming up, this is a time to ask. You can ask live. You just raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, I will beckon on you on mute. And then we are also going to have a new stream of teachers joining in. So for those of you who have taken part in the TGPS's address and Dr. Adeyemi's, please, you can leave the room now so that the other sets can join in. I'll take Obakunle Ebenezer Adeyinka. Mr. Obakunle, please ask your question while we wait
Good
for
morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. You're welcome.
Sorry.
Tell us
Yes,
what you teach.
I teach English.
You teach?
English studies. English studies.
English
Hello,
studies.
Studies, yes.
English.
Okay. All right. You're welcome.
Yes, in the course of the discussion from Dr. Ms. Adeyemi, she made mention of different things and engage our students in to like excursion. So I want to ask based on that issue of excursion and some other programs that can use our system. So many of these things are not actually being allowed in like a issue of now. I think we have phrased that in my school once upon a time, and then we were stopped from engaging students in such activities. So I want to ask, why is it that some activities we have been exposed to from trainings like this and other trainings, maybe practical training or in-person training, that we are not being allowed to practice them in the classroom setting? So I don't know why. Because from a school year leaders, we always tell you that these things are not allowed. So I don't know how we can go about all these things. This problem of all this.
Hello. Ajao
No,
Junior, am I correct?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma.
Have you finished with the question? Hello?
Yes, I'm true.
Okay,
I'm listening.
if I think I got your question, I think it's basically on excursion. I know that there is no room for that as I speak, but we have alternative that we can do. When the TGPSS was giving her speech, she made mention of using videos, cameras. And that's why we said we should integrate space science into our teaching. We can't, show to them. There is no school without, what do they call it, ICT room. I don't think we have any of our schools without that. We can project, let them see. It's like you bringing nature to them. They will see, you will see that they will say, hi, yeah, ah. I'm telling you, ask them 100 years to come, they will tell you. There are some things too that we can find, within the environment that are natural in nature. You see it now, you may not see it tomorrow. The time you see it, you can take them out around there, let them see, let them feel it. I believe that will solve the issue of abstract teaching totally. Though excursion is still a debatable issue, which I believe probably the government will look into it, but I know we don't allow that as I speak. That I know that the government does not allow taking the students out on excursion. But even the students, once you give them the opener to it, you open their faces, their eye into what they can see through the cameras or whatsoever. On their own, from their home, they can go and visit nature. We have one at NCF, Lekki, Nigeria Conservation Foundation. I took I took 23 schools down there 2 years ago. They went to experience it. They were able to see animals that were going on extinction. They were able to go on the long canopy, walk. They got, interested in the whole environment. The environment as a whole was different from the normal environment they used to see. But I know it's not going to be that easy. But from their own homes, once we open their eyes to it, through your camera, your ICT room, project it, let them see it. Use it as part of your teaching and learning. And that's what we're saying. We are not going to bring telescope down to them, the one the space astronauts will use, but you can project to them. Let them see this thing. And I know with time we'll be there. They will see it real. They may not see it real now, but with time they will see it real. But let's project to them. Let's bring the far object closer to the student and let them know the importance of these objects. And let them know how best they can go about it to solve the pressing issues. Have I answered you, Mr. Ajao Jr.?
Hello, ma.
Hello, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so we
ma.
cannot take more questions, but
Okay.
you can drop them in the WhatsApp.
You can drop. I will react. Please put the name of your school there. I will react. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but definitely you'll get the feedback. And please remember to put your phone number. Just drop there. Dr. Banker will get it across to me. Then we give you the right response.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Abraham Ngobiri, you are on now. Can you unmute?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Dr. Banker.
Awesome. Thank you. Give up for Mr. Abraham. You don't know how excited I am to see you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So I'm sorry without taking any of your time further because we have to go on a recess and then come back. So let's have you on.
Okay.
You can share.
All right. Just a minute, please. Okay. Where is this? Comments. Okay. I don't know if they can see it.
Can you all see, please? Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yes, we can see
So I'll just be doing a very quick one. Once again, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Abraham Ngobiri. I'm a teacher and I work with the Federal Government College Enugu. I want to say special thanks to Dr. Banke. We met during our journey to the Europe for the Limitless Space Institute, and it has been an amazing time. The lady that has passion for education and passion for students. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Banke, for the great work you're doing. More grace to your ables. And also thank you to the first doc that spoke. Thank you so much, Ma, for the expository teaching. Okay, so I'll be diving into what I have for today, which is integrating space education into biology teaching. I believe everybody can hear me. Okay, Dr. Banke, can I go on?
Yes, please, go on.
Okay, integrating space education into biology teaching. As I said, I'm a biology teacher, and from what we've learned during our 1 week of stay in the Limitless Space Institute, so much have been learned. I'll just be speaking on some few of them because of the want of time, then we'll proceed. All right, so this is my introduction. This presentation, the reason for this presentation is to see how we can capture space education into biology. I know somebody may want to ask, biology and space education, is there any similarity? What does biology have to do with space education, and what does space education has to do with biology? But it will interest you to know that space education is not just about space. It can be related into different subjects. Like we met a music teacher when we went to the US that also does space education, and it was amazing how she brought in music into space education. So, and biology is not left out. We have biology, physics, chemistry, every science subject, can be brought into space education. So I'll be talking about how we can bring in biology into space and also space into biology. And I believe this is going to help our students, as we teach them biology in class for our biology teachers, we can actually bring in some things that relate to space in the biology class. All right. So let's look at the intersection of space and biology. What is the similarity? At what point do they meet? Okay, so we're going to be looking at three key things. We have astrobiology, human biology in space, and space ecology. Now, the question is, what is astrobiology? It's actually means the study of life in the universe. And we all know that biology is the study of life. So you see that when we talk about astrobiology, we're referring to the branch of biology that is concerned with the study of life on Earth and in space. So astrobiology is like a combination of what we do on Earth and what we do in space. So this is a very interesting discussion that we could take further, because somebody may want to ask, does biology actually take place in space? Yes. Like when we met some astronauts, we were taught that we even saw their restroom. That means astronauts in space excrete. Astronauts in space, feed. There's plants in space. Astronauts in space carry out respiratory processes. So we can see astrobiology is a combination of both space and also biology. Now, human biology in space, we want to see how do we understand how space impacts human body. How space impacts what? Human body. We're going to be looking at during the course of the teaching. Space have an impact in human body. So much. Interestingly, we trust you to know that when astronauts come down from space, after some time, because of the impact of no gravity in space, it affects the way they walk, And most times, astronauts, when they return back to Earth, they will have to sit down for a long time so that their body can reclimatize to the Earth environment. You can imagine somebody floating, without you being able to sit down for a very long time until that person returns. So there's impact of biology. There's impact of space education in the human body. When you see astronauts go to space and return, it takes some time, like we're told, that they will be kept away for some time, even before they leave and when they return back, so that their body can readjust. Now, what we talk about space ecology, this is examining ecosystem in space environment, including closed loop system. Examining ecosystem in space environment, and ecosystem has to do with ecology, the study of environment, how they relate and interact with each other, both the living and the non-living components. So this is just to let us know that bringing space education into your biology class, there are many things you can actually bring into space. Bring into your biology lesson, bring to your biology class and bringing in space. Because by the time you start relating space and biology to them, they will get to now appreciate space education. And most of them will want to give it a try. Okay, now we have an animal here. We call it an extremopal. Okay, this animal is an animal that can survive in extreme weather condition. There's a write-up here. I don't know why it's not coming up. Okay, so we can teach our children, just a minute. Let me get it out from my other device. We can actually let our children know that animals, as it were, even though animals can survive on Earth, even some animals can also survive very extreme environmental conditions. As a biology, when treating biology, when treating ecology and all of that, we look at some different environment, different ecosystems, the biomes, and we have different animals that can stay, like we have the tropical savanna, the tropical rainforest, the Sahel savanna, and all of that. All these animals that you find in different places can survive very extreme environment. The same way does this animal also have the ability to survive in those extreme environments in space. Because somebody may want to ask, does it mean that animals live in space? An example of this animal tells us that since animals on Earth can survive very harsh weather conditions, like when you go to space, for example, most times you may not really see animals
Mr. Abraham, please, you're muted.
Hello. Mr. Abraham. Please unmute. Mr. Abraham. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I think my network went back and front. So sorry about that. Is my screen still sharing?
Yes, but we are not seeing your slides now.
Okay. Is it up now?
Yes, it is. Okay.
All right. So we say, what is the use of astrobiology when treating biology and space education? So I said that in our classroom, we can introduce students that there is life beyond the Earth. Okay, because I know when we teach literal biology, we just treat biology as regards to our environment, our airspace. But we can let them know that life actually exists beyond the Earth by studying animals like this one we can have on our screen. This animal is called, hold on, please. Okay, this animal here is called extremopal. Okay, it has ability to survive in extreme weather conditions, extreme conditions. Okay, so you see that when teaching our students ecology, for instance, or when teaching them the meaning of biology or branches of biology, we should let them know that life is not just, we also have life in space. Like we all know that Elon Musk once said that very soon that human beings will start living in Mars. Okay, but beyond that, currently, astronauts, when they travel to space, they don't die there. They live, they feed, they excrete, they carry out respiration. All these things happen. So we can let our children, our students know that life also happens beyond the earth realm, and that will let them know that space, life happens in space. And what are the activities we have? We can give them an assignment to go and study about animals that can survive very extreme weather conditions. Now, my next slide is incorporate space missions. Incorporate space what? Missions. Like what we call the ISS, International Space Station. Like when we went to the US for that training, Limitless Space Institute, 10 of us have had our practicals, our experiments we tend to do. Okay, and by the time you look at those experiments will be carried out in the space stations, in the ISS. Okay, now if you browse through the ISS, you see there are many experiments that have been done, so far. For example, we have you can leverage on those data to teach your students. For example, one of the experiments that have been done over time as regards to biology is ability to grow pepper at space stations. Okay, analyze the activities there is that analyze how gravity affects plant growth. Does gravity affect growing of plants in space? Does gravity affect the respiratory system? Does gravity affect the astronauts using the restroom? Like, it's also interesting to know that astronauts wear diapers when they're in space. So that is to let you know that when they are out to carry out missions, they need to stay dry. Invariably, that means they can also excrete. So all these are data that you can get from ISS that will also impact on your students. So what I'm trying to say is that if we must integrate space education into our classrooms, we must get most of these things that are already around, and marry them with our various biology lessons. Okay, we have strategy number 3, human biology in space. Human biology in space. It will interest you to know, as I said earlier on, that space have impact. Space have impact in the human system. I think there was a story one of the astronauts told us. He said that I think there was an astronaut that returned from space and broke his bones in 3 different places. It's like somebody touched him and his bones just broke into 3 different places. They had to take him for an emergency operation. So we have on this slide, space travel poses unique challenge to the human body. Bone density loss, exposure to increased radiation, and all of that. So you can see, for example, just like saying that you turn somebody, just imagine that you turn somebody upside down, right, for a very long time. Okay, or even most times when we as humans, we sit in a very uncomfortable condition, you can know the impact that it has on the human body. Now relate it to somebody that is not living in a place that is gravity. There's no gravity. Now we can stand and be balanced, but in space, these guys don't stand. They don't sit. They just be floating. And most times they need to hold things to maintain balance and all of that. So by the time they return back to Earth, humanly, their body will be affected. So the activities we have here, we say students can stimulate these conditions in the classroom by studying the effect of prolonged inactivity of muscle strength, or exploring the role of calcium in bone health. So if you imagine us sitting down in a place for a very long time, or standing for a very long time, we can tell the impact that it has on our body system. So all these are things that we can relate to our students biologically as we treat biology in class, and also marry it to space. These are the things that we interest their enthusiasm and want to study space. Like we all know that, as the doctor said, and it's on the news, that Nigeria wants to send, they're planning to send people or astronauts on space. These are the things that can interest our students, because now Nigeria is not among, like we went to where they do their trainings for astronauts. I don't think there was a Nigerian flag in that place, if I can remember, because we've not been able to carry out at least one person, to space. So we are trying to see how we can prepare our students to to get involved in space, in astronaut engineering with time. Now we have space farming. Somebody may want to ask, since there is no soil, since there is no water, since there is no light, how do plants grow in space? Like I said before, when you go to ISS, their website, you will notice that these are experiments that have been done. Okay, we say discuss the challenges of growing food in space and its implication for future space mission and food security on Earth. Like people that go to space, like the other slide I put up, you can see these are pepper plants that was grown in space. And one of the trainings we had, we were shown how light, like this light you can see, are not natural light. These are LED lights that was stimulated to give light to this plant. So these are all challenges. We have light challenges, we have water challenge, we have soil challenge, and all of these things are things that are ongoing currently in space. So we have activities: conduct experiment, ongoing plant in controlled environment, comparing results to plant grown under Earth-like what conditions. So we can, I think one of us, maybe she's going to be speaking, I think one of experiments she did, she was able to compare soil from space and soil on Earth and how it affects plant growth. So you see that space agriculture is beautiful. That's to let us know that life literally happens in space. The only thing that is different currently is that they've not started building houses where people will go and stay and live their permanent life over there. But we're just trying to let us know that space education can be introduced in every subject, and that includes biology as a subject. Okay, we have space technology in biology. Okay, and we have here use satellite imagery and other space technology to monitor and study Earth ecosystem. Like we already have a machine currently. I think we were given those equipment where we can use to monitor International Space Station from the Earth. Okay, so all this technology are technology that are on ground that will enable us to explain Earth ecosystem. And I think recently, maybe Dr. Banke will talk on that. We've also been taught how to use the solar the solar remote satellite to be able to capture the pictures of the moon. Okay, I think I did my last 2 days. I was trained on how to. The second round of the training will still be on. So all these things are things that are on ground. So imagine teaching your children biology. You're talking about conditions for germination, right? Okay, you can decide to use the picture of the sun because we've been told nobody can look at the sun directly. But currently, we can actually have the pictures of the sun live and direct. You get. So all these things are things that are already on ground for our benefit. Okay, we say we can actually activities to analyze satellite data to track deforestation, urbanization, or climate change effect on a specific ecosystem. Okay, I think one of when the pictures most of the astronauts sent, that I think they are also in the ISS portal, you can see images from the Earth where you have the impact of deforestation, the impact of climate change, and all of these things are there. So we have space technology in biology. As we all know that we are already at the technology era. So everything we are doing, every subject, including biology, has technology in it. And all these data are already present. Okay, I hope I'm not too fast, and I hope we're still following. Okay, I'm just trying to rush because of time. Then we have ethical consideration. That is the 7th strategy we can use when teaching, bringing space into biology. We have space and ethics, and we have activities. Okay.
All right, sir. Mr. Abraham, you have to round up now, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing just that. Just a few more to go, then I'll be done. Okay, so we have ethical consideration. We can put up a debate in class and let our students debate how has space affected our ecosystem, and all of this can be done. We have hands-on experiments. There are many hands-on experiments. Maybe Dr. Banke will give us most of them that we've learned on how we can actually, carry out these conditions in our classes. Then we have partnership in education. Thank God for the doctor that spoke initially. Thank God for the NASA Limitless Space Institute, and all of these people are already on ground to see how we can partner to ensure space is being taught in in our classroom. Since, for example, we don't have any space education curriculum kind of, but we can integrate space education even as we go about teaching our normal world subjects. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, please post them to the WhatsApp group. And for ISS websites, the ISS website is there. Just go to ISS on the Google ISS. There are so many resources that you can use up there. Thank you so much, Mr. Abraham. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. We were to go on a break. And right about now, we are going to be having Mrs. Adeola Akinshulure. Mrs. Adeola Akinshulure, can you hear me? What's the other device? So hold on for Mrs. Adeola. Mrs. Adeola, can you hear me? Mrs. Adeola will be coming up shortly.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. But
Okay.
I wanted to project my work on the system. However, the other device, I don't know, it's not connecting. It's saying also allow me in. So maybe you need to let me in. If not, to save time, you can just share the screen. I would just stop from here. That means I might not be able to control the slide.
No, I would want you to share your...
So just let me in then. It's
Okay, are you in now?
Not yet.
Is that device is not in now?
No, it's still waiting for you to accept.
What's the name? Okay, I've seen. What's the name of that device? What's the name of the device? Like, what's
the name on the device? I didn't get you.
You know, it should
Adeola
be
Akinshulure in Nigeria.
Adeola Akinshulure, Nigeria. Okay, let me find it.
Yes.
Okay, let me admit all though.
So you have done that coming in.
Are you in now?
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so
Is the device in now?
yes.
It's in now. How are we doing now? Hello? Gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to dedicate to your personal development as well as the future of our next generation of problem solvers, innovative thinkers, and space explorers, because our students will put our flag on the international map of space science. Okay, Mrs. Adeola, let me know once you are ready. So, Mrs. Adeola's profile will be up. Once it's up, it will be posted into the group. It will be up on the station and you can watch about her profile.
Okay, thank you. I think I can unmute now. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. Unmute. Let me unmute. I asked you to unmute.
Yes, thank you. I was just I actually tried to caution my children. That was why I unmuted myself. I muted myself rather. So good afternoon. We're already in the afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been following, though my session was it's supposed to be 1 p.m. However, I joined since 11 a.m. and I am honored. I want to start by appreciating the Almighty God. I want to also appreciate the TGPS, Dr. Yusuf, for this opportunity. I want to appreciate her for always supporting innovative ideas. I remember just in a little time that she has been at TGPS, there has been a lot of transformation, and I really want to appreciate her for that. She has always been so supportive. She doesn't really care the level that you have once you have something to deliver. She gives you all the full support. Thank you, Ma, for always being there for us. Thank you for being a loving mother. And I want to thank all the facilitators. Before I thank all the facilitators, let me thank the convener of this program, Dr. Banke. She's a dear friend. When we talk for hours, like we are literally with ourselves. Thank you for, it's just a year of knowing you, and it's been like a decade. Yeah, so thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for making us proud in Education District 6. And I also want to appreciate all my co-facilitators. I want to say thank you to Dr. Adeyemi for doing justice to sustainability. She's my boss. Thank you, Ma. And I also want to thank Mr. Abraham. I think this is our second program that we're having together. All the limitless space educators across Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you for making me your friend. Thank you for making me the friend of the house. And thanks also to all the other facilitators that will be coming thereafter. So I'll be sharing my slide from here. I will be talking about developing. Sorry. Okay, I hope you can see my slide. Please just confirm that before I continue.
Click slideshow. Can you hear me?
It's actually telling me here that that you are sharing, you are screen sharing. So I want to be sure that you can see it.
Yes, we can see your screen. But we need you to go to your slideshow from your hand.
Okay. Now I get what you're saying. Okay, I just wanted to be sure that you can see it.
Yes,
All
you
right.
can.
So, all right, thank you. So I am going to be talking about developing creative student projects using robotics. And when I got this topic, the first thing I told Dr. Banke was that I am not an expert with robotics. However, I saw it as an opportunity for me to make some research. And I came across so much interesting thing. And I love the fact that Mr. Abraham was right there ahead of me to talk about the application of robotics, of space education in biology. And I think I watched a particular video of Limitless Space where they actually showed where they were growing pepper and I think maybe grapes and I think apple right there in the space. So when he was talking, I could like relate with all that he was saying. So like there is no end to learning. Somebody said over the weekend, if you dare to teach, then never cease to learn. So I always look for opportunity to develop myself. So today I am excited. I'm sharing how we can develop creative students projects using robotics. So we all know that robotics is an interesting and it's an exciting way of engaging students of all ages. It doesn't really matter whether they are secondary school, probably primary or the basic. It's just a way of engaging all students of all ages. And by building and programming our own robots, students, they develop thinking. There are lots of 21st century skills that they're able to develop. And we all know that the world that we have now is beyond putting facts into our students' head. Globally, they need to exhibit all these 21st century skills like problem solving, collaboration skills. They need to develop critical thinking skills. So all this robotics is something that helps them. It helps them develop all these skills. So how can we incorporate this into our lessons? Okay, so sorry, please, just a minute.
Okay, I hope Mrs. Adela, okay, your mic is fixed now. So we need to, your mic is mute. Okay.
All right, thank you.
can.
So I was actually, at a point I muted it. I needed to correct my children. I muted it, but I couldn't unmute myself back. So thank you for unmuting me. So
Right.
I'd gone past where was I now? I wanted to go to some of what are the things that we can actually use robots. So now I'm trying to compare robotics. I'm trying to like link it. I'm trying to link it to space education. So what are some of the things that we can actually use robotics to achieve? So it can be used for sample collection. There are actually some, I know that Abraham mentioned something like, okay, maybe in the nearest future, Elon Musk said probably the nearest future we'll be living on Mars or whatever. However, there are still some harsh weather condition that would not permit life. So, and there are still some spaces, there are still some places in Mars that is yet to be explored. So how can they get samples? How can they make more exploration and without human being going there? There are still some places that does not support life, but they need to get the data over there. They need to get samples from there to be able to carry out lots of experiments here on Earth. So what are the things that they can do? They can actually send robots. And I don't know, I'm trying to go back to my former slide. It's not responding. I don't know what's going on. It's not responding. I wanted to show a sample of a robotic device that okay. So a
So
sample of
what
a
we have
gadget.
no, what we have on the screen now is sample collection.
Sample collection, no.
Not that one. Perhaps you want to stop screen sharing.
Okay, maybe let
then
me just do that and maybe
that is
I'll
back.
just do it all
It
over.
should have
Yeah.
frozen.
Or maybe it's my all right. How about now?
Yes, so you can now go to slideshow.
Yes.
Exploration of harsh environments. Yeah, so click
Okay.
slide.
Okay, so the same thing is happening again. I don't know, it's just skipping.
It's supposed to
Okay,
be
thank you.
exploration of
So
slideshow, right?
it's responding now. So
Awesome.
that was where I wanted to start. I wanted to show us this device. This is a robot that is actually in the space. This is actually a cave in the Mars that this robot has been sent to actually get and collect information, collect data. And all these robots, when they are sent into the space, they collect information such as atmospheric composition, which Doctor actually mentioned, and they take a lot of samples out there, and they are able to use all these samples to carry out further investigation on how life can be promoted on Mars. I already talked about this slide. Then also it can be used for construction and maintenance. So we have lots of satellites in the space. I've not had opportunity of being to NAS or having any robotic or whatever, but at least the little that we know that we've been taught in physics and science, we know that there are lots of satellites out there in the space. So of course, from time to time, just like our regular machines here, we need to service them, we need to maintain them regularly. So how do we do that? Do we have to go to the space like every day or every time to carry out the maintenance? No. So it's actually with the use of all these robotics that all that is being achieved. So they can actually send those robots into the space to carry out the repair and, of course, maintenance. So here are some key concepts that I would like us to know in robotics. So we have programming, of course. Before you can talk about, please, just a minute. Just a minute. Everybody, outside, outside, outside.
That's the life of a mother. I had to also escape to some room, and yet we still have to do this as mothers, as wives, as women, as professionals. And we women, we wear many hats. Can you see my Abeti Aja? Can you see my Abeti Aja?
I'm so sorry, Jerry.
We
Yes,
wear many
I can see that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Please pardon me, Jerry.
Yes, please.
At times, these children, I've been telling them before now that I have a meeting that once is my turn. I don't want that. It was now that it's my turn that they started making noise, coupled with their
Yeah.
friends that came in. So I'm
And
so
they will
sorry.
do our
Please just pardon
reports.
me.
All
So
good. All
I
good.
wanted to show us like we have like 4 major steps when it comes to robotics. We have the programming and the coding aspects. So for every this particular, if you look at this particular picture, I was just trying to show the students how they can set a robotics into action. I mean, a robot rather into action. So students can actually learn, they can learn to write codes. And with the advent of applications, they don't even need to write those codes. Now, there are lots of applications that they can easily download on their phones. So once they download those apps, they can connect the robots and they can actually just program turn right, turn left after 2 minutes or after 2 steps, do this, do that. So they can actually tell the robots what they want it to achieve. There's also the sensor and the feedback aspect. So robotics, the project involves integrating sensor because this particular one that I have here, once you turn it on, you need to use a means of connectivity. So it is through that sensor. And in physics, we teach them circuits, we teach them sensor. Yeah, so there are all these things. There are things that we actually teach, but how are we relating it to what is happening around them on a daily basis? There's also the mechanical design aspect where they're able to build the structure by themselves. There are some that, they come in parts, in bits. So they have to couple it by themselves. And of course, the problem solving aspects of your robotics. There's also that problem solving aspect. Like when you go for the World Robotic Competition, they tell you to achieve this particular thing. I think the one they did in Lagos State recently, they asked them to stack up some loads or something because I was trying to get the feedback of what happened during the last one. I think it was sometimes in July that they had the Lagos State robotic competition. So they said, so your robots, you're going to program your robots to go and pick some load, then you go and stack it up. So how are those students able to program all this to achieve? So they can give them tasks, they can put obstacles on their way and tell them to maneuver around those obstacles. Then whichever robot gets to the finish line wins. All right, so here is let me see if I can let me check if the audio is on. So this is a very simple one that I was able to show them during the last robotic training that I organized for students of Education District 6. And it was very, very simple. In fact, I too had to learn it like less than 24 hours before that program. And honestly, I was also teaching it like an expert on that day. It's just very simple. It's something that anybody can actually handle. Anybody, you can program it. You can do whatever you want with it. It is just so easy to use. So I think somebody caught a video of me doing, showing the students. Let me see if I can play that to us.
That was me. I was at the program too.
Oh, thank you. I know somebody got the video and sent it to me. So thank you. So you can see now what goes around comes around. And here I am today using the same video for you back. Thank you. So please just let me know if you can hear. Is he audible?
It's moved to exploration of harsh environments.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know. Something happened again. It's not supposed to go back.
Yes. So you can play it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Amazing. So it is just as simple as that. As it has moved beyond programming. So even if you don't have the skills for programming, like if you're just somebody like me, that you don't have the skills for programming, and there are lots of applications that you can just download, connect your robots, and you can actually tell the robot what you want it to do, and it will surely do it. So while we are designing robotic-based projects, we should learn to define what are the things that we should do. Number one, we should define our learning objectives. What do we want to achieve? As much as we want to explore the robotic state, the first thing we need to do is to define our learning objective. Then, of course, explore the robotic skills and definitely develop our plans. So as we move further, how can we define our learning objectives? Okay, so sorry, what's going on? Sorry, just pardon me. Don't mind my slide and my network. Okay, so the first is our technical skill. So students, those are the learning, at least they're able to develop, that, okay, at the end of this, while integrating robotics into space education or into the project that I want to create, my students, they're able to develop technical skills. They're able to, it is challenging them also to develop problem-solving skills, collaboration, and they're able to apply all that they are learning. So it's very important that we define our learning objective before you start creating your projects with robotics. So it's important that we define those learning objectives. Then also you should have a project team. So what are you looking at? For example, Dr. Adeyemi came this morning and she talked a lot on sustainability. So while you're trying to create a project, whatever project you want to create, before you integrate robotics into it, you need to actually have a team in mind. So do you want to address sustainability? Do you want to look at robots? Do you want to design a robot that will be in charge of recycling, or that will monitor environmental condition, probably a robot that will be checking our atmospheric pressure for us at every 1 hour? Is that what you want to create? Or do you want to create a robot that would be used in healthcare? One of the things that we learned during our last program in July, the robotics program in July, Ignite 2024, was that we now have robots that can carry out surgery even without the presence of any man to guide. So, that robot has actually been programmed. So, and there are lots of innovations that they are still working on. There's a lot of things that scientists are doing, like on a regular basis, to make things work out well. So you have to look at all these things. Is it agriculture? Is it transportation? Most of the time here in Lagos, most of the competition is always centered on transportation, because that's one of our key problem. Traffic is always the issue here in Lagos. So they always want to look for how can we solve the transportation problem of Lagos. So while you're designing a project for yourself in school, maybe in biology, you can look for how you want to incorporate solving transportation problem of Lagos State. So there are so many things that we can think of. Also, apart from idea generation, you have to do it. The students they have to conduct a lot of research. So beyond just choosing your topic, your students need to do a research. They need to do research on existing technology. What are the solutions? What are okay, I've talked about the team that they want to talk. So there are a lot of research that they need to carry out. And of course, they need to design. They need to
design their robot plan, just like the way when you want to build a house, you sit down and draw the plan. It's going to be like this and like that. So they also need to draw out their own plan too for how their robot is going to be like. Then of course, then they start building. Then once they start building, of course, they pay attention to all the electronical aspects, the mechanical aspects, that's the moving here and there. Then, of course, the coding, the programming aspects, the coding. Move at this, after 2 minutes, do this. After as an obstacle, turn right. When you get to this, do this. Then, or stop when you get to a particular point. So all those things, they need to incorporate it. Then they would test run, and thereafter they would have opportunity to present. So what are some other engaging activities that we can actually use robots for to achieve? Of course, robotic, we have robot race. So I think that's one of the when they go for competitions here, those are the things that they check. So they tell them what to achieve. They give them all their robotic kits, and they tell them what to achieve. So the fastest win. Then we can have the sumo, like wrestling. Yes, then we have the maze challenge. They have to move, they're able to, and the funny thing is that these students, most of the time, they are able to achieve even beyond what you think they can do. I remember during our training, I was still trying to explain to them that, okay, most of them, they already had idea of Scratch. Oh, excuse me, ma, I already know how to, I've been working with Scratch, and they brought in that knowledge. So please don't underestimate the students that we have. So even beyond what we feel we want to come and teach them, some of them already knows. And especially when it looks like, all these robots, it's like, for some of them, they say it's like game. So they're able to quickly they're able to quickly couple the parts together, and they're able to achieve their challenge in no time. So what are the real world connection in everything that we do as teachers, whatever topic, whatever subjects, whatever projects we are doing, whatever projects we want to create, we need to be able to relate. Our students needs to be able to relate them to what is happening around them. So when we are coming and we are telling our students, we want to develop this particular project, we want, how are you able to make them relate it to what is happening around them? It's not just about giving them something that is abstract that they can't really relate with. And at the end of the day, they are finding it very difficult to achieve. So as much as possible, let's try to, whatever projects we are developing in physics, in biology, in chemistry, in mathematics. Yes, in mathematics, yes, you can relate. Maybe you are teaching projectile, for example. You can give them a ball to throw. You're teaching angle of elevation and angle of depression. You can tell somebody, oh yeah, go and stand upstairs. Oh yeah, you go upstairs. Oh yeah, you stand down, go downstairs. And all these things, it's very important that we're able to relate it to what is happening to them, or what how every of this topic, how is applicable to them on a daily basis. So please, it's important that we're able to relate every of our projects that we are developing, we're able to relate it to their real world experiences. Then as I wrap up, reflection, as they are going through these projects, as they're implementing these projects, at every time, let them self-reflect, let them self-assess, let them ask questions, give them opportunity to ask questions, challenge them. You can challenge them with questions. Why do you think this is happening? Why do you think plants will grow here? I'm sorry, I might be using biology because I'm a biology teacher. Why do you think this will happen? Why do you think that will happen? What do you think if somebody does not have a large intestine? So we are able to relate whatever project we are trying to achieve. We're able to relate it to what is happening around them. So challenge them with questions. The TGPS made mention of inquiry-based learning. It's very important. is one of the teaching strategies that is lacking in our own curriculum. Most of the time, we are always after, I want to complete my scheme. I don't want the principal or the inspector to come and they say, I have not finished my scheme. Oh, no. So most of the time, we are always rushing. So all that inquiry-based learning, experiential learning that we're supposed to give our students, we don't have the time to give them because we want to cover up the voluminous scheme that we have. It's not really our problem though, because the issue is actually from the curriculum, just like Dr. Adeyemi said. There are some things that is actually beyond us as teacher. However, beyond the curriculum, even if the curriculum is disadvantaged, what can we do to salvage the situation? So let's give them challenges that would, questions. Let's ask them questions that would challenge them to develop their problem-solving skills. And of course, design optimization and future application. What are some how can we integrate curriculum? How can we integrate robotics rather into our curriculum? Like physics, I think I've mentioned that earlier on. When we're talking of mechanics, that's the topic in physics. Motion. Of course, when you're designing your robots, it's going to move. You expect it to carry out some action, forces, gear, electronics. Of course, there's the electrical aspects of your robots and calculation. Yes. So there are sometimes that they will have given them a distance that you are expected, your robot should cover maybe a particular distance. After that distance, should make a right turn. After making a right turn, should make a U-turn, whatever. So while they are programming, they have to be able to calculate. So how long will it take me to achieve my first task? How long will it take me to, what do I need to do to achieve the second? So they need to be able to calculate distance between point A and point B and point C to achieve maybe the first task, the second task. So robotics is really, really an interesting, honestly, like I told you, I am also just learning and it's very interesting. It's an interesting topic. It's an interesting subject rather, because it's beyond topic. It's an interesting subject to study. Then of course there's the programming aspect. So all these are the ways that our robotics can be incorporated, can be integrated into our curriculum. And these are other innovations that it can be used for manufacturing, for disaster response, for agriculture. You know, when I was looking at this disaster response, I just looked at it that, okay, is it possible, all these cases that they say, one house has collapsed, is it possible for us to have a robot that will just quickly go and just carry out while we are waiting? You know, that robot will just go and probably it has been programmed to probably quickly sense disaster or whatever, any distance around. You know, all these things, they're actually possible. And once we can think it, we can actually achieve it. So I was just thinking that, okay, maybe in the case of that school that collapsed, then that, okay, what if maybe that school collapsed? I was just thinking loud though, that maybe the school collapsed, then what if there was actually a robot that was able to just quickly remove all the debris and they were able to bring out those children? You know, I was just thinking, or probably there was a robot that was able to just detect that, oh, this house is coming down, everybody evacuate, you know. So, but actually it's really possible if we can actually inspire our students to get to that level. So we might not be able to do it, but we can inspire our students to get to that level where they begin to think out of the box, when they begin to think that, yes, I want to design a robot that would do this. I want to design a robot that can do that can achieve that can sense that flood is coming. Yes, I think there are some technology now that can sense that, yes, flood is coming or this particular tornado is coming, and people can quickly leave that place. Yes. So if that building, assuming there was a sensor that has been placed in that house and can actually sense that, oh, this building is weak, everybody, you need to evacuate. So maybe that would have been prevented. So all these things, they're actually possible. And of course, finally, assessments and evaluation. There are lots of challenges, though. There are lots of challenges too, just like everywhere as teachers, like I said earlier on, at times access to resources. When I personally was trying to put up my last robotic program, one of the issues I had was, where will I get all the kits from? But luckily I was able to get the American corner, and they give me all the robotics that the students use. Then I actually source for some too outside. So that can actually limit us, maybe access to resources. However, as teachers, we should learn to collaborate, ask questions. And I'm sure that when we ask questions, we will always get answers. Then teacher training, this could be one of the challenges. Oh, I don't know how to operate this. I don't know how to incorporate it into my lesson. However, thank God for trainings like this. When you come, they will teach you. You learn from other facilitators too that know what you don't know. And at the end of the day, we become better. And all these that we're seeing as challenges will definitely overcome it. These are other functions of robotics in the space. It can enhance autonomy, advanced sensing, then humanoid sensor. Okay, so I think I have all these useful resources and web links for us. We can actually go probably after our training or during our recess, we can go through all these web links and see which would work for your class, which will work for biology, which will work for your physics class, which will work for your computer class. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adeola. I am grateful. I was looking for another word to appreciate you. Thank you. You have been a sister. Thank you for availing us your time. And you joined since 11 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. I am
all right.
So if you have questions, those of you who joined in, please let's put them in the comments back in the WhatsApp group. All right, so we are going for a recess now. We will be back at 2:20. We'll be back at 2:20 for the last part of today. So you all can go for a recess. I'm going to be playing a video for those of you who still want to stay around. Perhaps you are just joining. I will be playing a video. So we are on recess. We are on recess. We are on recess. If you are still in with me, I'm going to play a video from one of our facilitators. And you can just watch. So can you see my screen? If you can see my screen and you are still with me, perhaps you have not gone out on recess.
Yes, your screen is showing. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, teachers. Welcome to the Space Science Training. Can you hear? Hello?
Yes, yes.
I can play the video. Yes.
Go ahead.
What's your name? Okay, let me play the video since you can hear me. District 6 and all teachers in Nigeria, they are joining us from anywhere in the country or outside the country. We are delighted to have you in here. I have Mr. Antonio from Brazil. He's an English teacher and he's going to be sharing with us. So, Mr. Antonio, you have the floor. Okay. Seems sharing has stopped. What is happening? Hello, teachers. Welcome to the Space Science Training for District 6 and all teachers in Nigeria. They are joining us from or outside the country. We are delighted to have you in here. I have Mr. Antonio from Brazil. He's an English teacher and he's going to be sharing with us. So, Mr. Antonio, you have the floor.
Okay, nice to talk to you, people from Nigeria. It was a great moment being with the teachers from your country during the limitless meeting in July. So I'm very honored to be here to introduce you a project that everybody can do it. It depends only on your passion through education. I have been an English teacher and science teacher. Imagine I teach the two subjects. I have been this teacher for 40 years. It's a long time. So I want to present you that I had the idea when I was ambassador at Space Camp in the USA in 2017. And I apply here in Brazil, and it's up to you. You can apply anywhere. It depends only on if you return to NASA, can you take our picture with you? I could never imagine I would return to NASA. And then I said, yeah, I'm going to take your picture with me. So what is the project? Take a look at it. If you see here in this picture, you don't see me, Antonio Marcio, teaching. You see my students, the volunteer students teaching. They are the master of education here. How is it work? I and what important. Thank you. Please a lot from NASA.gov.
Yeah,
Where we have a lot of things.
I said
My students, they have to learn and prepare to teach the
Thank you
kids,
so much,
the
sir.
poor
I
kids.
was so
They have to
encouraged.
give them hope. interviewing us because it was something that, look, students from private schools for the public students during COVID. Produced it in 2 months, 8 classes, 27 classes of science, 12 of math, 17 of history, 12 of geography, and 12 classes in English. That's the only thing for you. You can create a chat. After the end of COVID, we decided that we could continue teaching, but we couldn't go to school yet because of the COVID. So I proposed my students, let's produce science kits. Why science kits? I don't know if it's the same reality in Nigeria, but in the end of COVID, the students couldn't go to the public schools, but the schools had to provide food for the kids. So every 15 days, the parents would go to the school to get the food to take home because most of them were hungry. Then what I decided, let's create the science kit and put in the store. Volunteers. Look, all volunteers for them to work with science. We helped 140 students. How was it? Look, the kids were hanging on a wire. The kids arrived, or their parents would come, take one kid, and take home. Look, this lady here worked with the solar system. So they had a lesson. The students create a lesson plan. They gave the materials, so they had something to do at the end of COVID. This was activity number 3 for you. You want to make kids, you want to spread the kids take it, and they can take science home. Look how happy they were. This is for school. Something that be a where your students can be the master. 3, you can produce kits to distribute for the ones. Then 2022, what is another idea? This is the president of our agency. He sent us a message, but this is in Portuguese, just for you to know that you need support. And these teachers, another advice for you. Me as a teacher in Brazil, I can't depend on everything. I have to run this. I have to run to get things for my program. And then I'm not ashamed to knock on the doors of authority, of people that are, this man here is the president of Brazilian Space Agency. How I found him, this is a video for it. Then I want to show that science is fun. So this is the activity number 4. What is activity number 4? We decided that we want to show the students that science can be fun. So this year we transformed in a funny coincidence. This is the name in Portuguese. Look at my students. This time they produce a show, a science show. Again, who is the actor of the process? Our students. They teach the others. We can't do this anymore. We don't have the power only on us. The students have the power, and the students listen back decided all the students because they are most of the we talked about anything. We started I thought you get to do. Take a look at how to get potatoes, how to make a kind of pH reaction, how to talk about magnetism. Everything funny. The students made a great show. This is some pictures of the moment we used to go to the schools. So activity 4, you can make one project of transform science in a fun moment for the ones learning. 2023, it was time for space. So we decided that we could have hands-on activities, but just connect with space. What we decided to do, we transforming Consciência Espacial, or Space Consciência. This were my volunteers from last year, and the first activity that I proposed for you teachers, they had to create a mission badge. Each group of students had a mission, like Robin, so look at each group had its own patch because we were talking about space. 11 missions. How was it? I don't know if you could see this video, but it's very simple. This is how we spend our afternoon. Teachers, students, teaching the other kids. All space activities. Wow. And the most important, how it works. I just give them the site, NASA.gov. I propose in a Google Drive the list of sites that they have to they form a group of students. They go with work. I give them 2 months or 2 there. Then let's talk about it. Okay? Then this is what we do. This is what we try to do. Creating hands-on. And Oluwa Banke and me, we are part of the Limitless Teaching. This is a great opportunity that they are giving us to give opportunities for students in Nigeria and Brazil to get better at science.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is fantastic.
I say thank you for this opportunity. Okay. And if you need, I have everything, the drive with the project, I can send to you for you to use to your teachers. I have the drive this year now. Space was last year. This year, we are working Maker. It's Consciência Maker. My students, they are going to the schools this year, but we are producing science using just recyclable materials. So it's not space this year. Every year, we have to put our minds to, let's be creative. And the most important, what you and your teachers have to have in mind. I am an English teacher, but I'm a science teacher. So you teachers, English teachers that are watching me, you can reinvent yourself. You can use the power of your language of English and bring the students together with you. If you don't know how to talk about science, propose other activities. But the most important, we have to inspire our students to go for it. They are the true leading roles of the process.
Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. I am glad that we share this in common. I don't go to class and start talking, telling them everything I know. I just tell them the topic, I tell them the learning objectives, divide them into groups, they work it out, they present to me, and I learn from them. So this is the way to go. Thank you so much.
check to show that I was with review just a second, because it is very important for us.
Yeah, I like that with the astronaut there.
Which one?
The one, okay, let's have the one with the students and their mission patches.
Okay, the mission badge. Okay.
This one. This one.
Yeah. Okay, let me just give a break here and I'll send you. Okay. Perfect. That was nice for me to share with everybody here in Brazil. And it's a pleasure to be with you. It's a great moment. You can count on me anytime.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And we're going to take this to our teachers, and we will have them reproduce this in their classrooms, and we can reach more students, we can inspire more students, and the ties of the stars.
I learned something very well. When I met a very great man at NASA. His name was oh my god, so many people that I met. Jerry Woodfield, also, so many names. Jerry Woodfield, he has been an NASA engineer for more than 40 years, a great man. He was responsible for Apollo 13. When you listen to that sentence, Houston have a problem. He was the one that had to help rescue the astronauts. He was my friend. And every time I invite him to talk to my students, he says, okay, Antonio, I can do some lectures for you. Unfortunately, he died last year, 83 years old. But I learned something with him that I always want to tell your teachers about it. There was a day that he was talking to my students in Brazil, and one student asked him, Mr. Woodfield, how do you feel being a celebrity in the United States, talking to the president, a legend? I don't care about being a legend. One day, the creator is going to call me, as called him last year. And when he called me, he's going to ask, Jerry, what did you do with the gift I gave you? Then I'm going to tell my creator, I share. So this is my aim. Share with everybody. And what you're doing is this. This is a great thing you're doing. You are using your gift to share with other teachers in Nigeria. So you can send my WhatsApp number, my Instagram, my contact. I am here to support and to exchange with you as students. You and all the teachers from Nigeria that want. If we do this, the world would be a better place. Yes. You and me, we are teachers, we are parents. We know that our kids need in this world. So this is what we're here for.
Thank you so much. I was
pleasure.
used to tears because
this is
my passion. I mean, I came back and I'm like, I just need to share this to as many people as possible. Thank you so much. We're grateful. We appreciate you. If anyone has questions, I'm going to compile the questions and then
Sure, you can send me. And one day, if you want to contact me in a class for me to talk to your students, just next week, you're going to be busy because we're going to Natal, we're limitless. But the others, you just set a time for me, I can talk to your students.
Yes, so that was Mr. Antonio, an English teacher from Brazil. And I hope you've learned a thing or two. This is not just restricted to English teachers or English teachers only, it cuts across. So if you have any questions, feel free to chat me up on WhatsApp or leave a message in the comment section and continue. All right, so I'll see you in the next one. Cheers. All right. Hello, all. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay, Afoluwa she Fatimat. Do you have a question? Yes, go on, Miss Afoluwashe Peminato Fatimat. Do you have a question? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. So, someone, Afoluwashe, did you have a question? If you do not have a question, we can move on. Right. Okay, so we have up next, Mr. Wahab Abubakar. Mr. Wahab Abubakar is a limitless global educator himself. And he will be presenting shortly. Okay, but while we are waiting to get him on, if you have any questions so far, can you please raise your hand and we'll take the question live. Anyone? Omoyeni, right. You can unmute and speak. I've asked you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me, madam?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon, madam. Please, I would
Yes.
like to know if it is compulsory to join the YouTube streaming. So far, I'm on the category. Must I?
Are you rostered to participate in this time frame on Zoom?
Yes.
Yes, if you are
250.
okay, so you don't have to be on the live stream. The live stream is for every other person who is not on the roster.
Who is not on the roster?
Who is not on the roster for this time frame, 2 to 250.
Okay, assuming I'm having it tomorrow, maybe 11. I may likely have to join in the afternoon, the YouTube streaming.
If we are on for Zoom at 11 tomorrow,
Okay.
we are on for
Okay.
Zoom at 11 tomorrow, you should be in the Zoom class.
Okay, then in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, if you are not in the Zoom class, you should be on the live stream.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank
Okay,
you
so
so
that you
much.
don't miss out on the other sessions. The Zoom class
Okay.
subject specific. So you have been classified according to your subjects so that you can know how to rate what the speakers are saying into your subjects, because
All
we've
right,
got
thank you so
number of
much.
questions on that. Yes. So that helps you to put it into practice, regardless of the fact that some of us have to deal with large number of students in our classrooms. All right. Yes. Yeah, any further questions? Anyone? Mr. Wahab. Okay, Mr. Wahab, thank you for coming in. We have Mr. Wahab now. Mr. Wahab is a physics teacher, basic science teacher. Everything about his profile is on the YouTube channel, so we do not want to waste any time on introductions. We just want to get straight to the business of the day. Can you all see Mr. Wahab? Give it up for Mr. Wahab, Motina champion, Kwara State 2021. Can we all give him a round of applause? Thank you, thank you. I'm so honored to have you join in. Thank you for coming in. Yes, so you have the floor now. So basically, this session is for basic science and physics. Those who are doing basic science and physics. Yeah, right. So you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon, wherever you may be in every part of the world. So I will not go much into my introduction that has been done before my arrival. So I want to share my screen. Hope you can hear me clear and loud. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
You can see it?
Yes, sir.
I can't see it yet here.
It's still loading.
It's still loading, yeah. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My topic of discussion this afternoon is integrating space science into physics education, just like many other STEM subjects. So integrating space science into physics is not different. They are the same thing. But what do we want to achieve? So that should be able to bridge the gap between the abstract that people thought about the subject, that is something students cannot understand, and the reality of what is all about. So space science is going to illuminate physics. Now, why do we need to integrate space science into physics or any other STEM subject like chemistry, mathematics, even art? So it offers real world application of physics concept. Why do we even need to study physics in the school? It's one of those common questions in SS1 why you ask students in this subject area. Importance of physics, what is physics? So this one will prepare the student for future career in space science and technology. Not even future career in space science alone. It's just all about the future of job. Any job of the future. And that future has already started now. So knowledge of integrating space science into physics will really prepare students for the future of job. Today, we can see that many of the current technology are being derived from the research in going to space. Even one of the prominent examples is infrared thermometer that we normally use. During COVID-19, most of us are familiar with infrared thermometer. If not because of COVID-19, only few will even know that there is a thermometer that does not need to make a personal or physical contact with the object in which you want to take the temperature. But it's a device that has been used in space, which means the future of everything that is coming from space. So there is a need for us as a teacher to integrate whatever we are teaching our students into what is currently happening in space, because most of all those research are coming from the space. Now, Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Can see my screen again. Okay. So this one, it also foster critical thinking. Most of all these 21st century skills, integrating space science into our subject like physics, we give a student or we try to foster their critical thinking skill, communication, collaboration, because it has to do with a lot of hands-on activity. Now, connecting physics concept with space science. Most of the topics we normally talk about in physics, starting from our fundamental quantity, derived quantity in SS1, to motion, type of motion, forces, type of forces, every other part of physics. But from this slide, let's try and connect gravity. As a teacher, you want to teach students on the topic of gravity. From our SS1 stuff, we normally have type of forces. And in type of forces, we talk about contact forces and non-contact forces or force field. Now, gravitational forces is part of the force field that you don't need to make contact with an object before you feel the impact. And most of the explanation we normally give to our students here is that Lala told us, okay, I believe most of us are Yoruba, that every time that you jump up, something will draw you back, which is a force of gravity on the surface of the earth. Those are the prominent examples we normally give. But when we watch some documentary, we might happen to come across people in the space that they will be floating all about. They are not coming back. So that one will give us a very solid idea that we are not just, anytime we jump up on the surface of the earth, we are not just coming down. There is a force responsible for bringing us down. So your discussion about how gravity vary in some other planetary body like Mars, the space station, the moon, and some other things will make a student to understand the concept much more than just jumping up and coming down, because they cannot see the force dragging them down. So the discussion of gravity, which means in most of this space, the gravitational forces are very low compared to what we have on the surface of the earth. We all knew that on the surface of the moon, we have a gravitational forces of 1/6 that of the earth. Now, in the space station, we can describe the zero gravity or microgravity, where you have, which means about non-contact forces, and gravitational forces is part of those non-contact forces. It is only when we are related to what is happening on the surfaces, even right from primary school, right from junior secondary school, we talk about energy, which is ability to do work. We cannot do anything unless we have energy. Now, in the discussion of our energy at the lower level, even at the senior secondary school level in SS1, we talk about solar energy, we talk about solar collector, we talk about renewable energy. Now, in the discussion of solar energy now, or energy, we can talk about utilization of solar energy in the space. Most of the equipment in the space station, even the spacecraft itself, will require some energy, which can be power with solar. When we are on the surface of the earth, we still enjoy the power of solar energy. When the radiant energy from the sun strike our photoelectric plate on the top of our roof, that one generates some quantity of electricity depending on the number that we use that one to charge our. But all these are quite abundant in space because they are plenty there. most of the energy coming from the space into the surface of the earth are quite reduced with layers of atmosphere. But in space, there are no all these layers, which means solar energy is one of the viable energy that can be used when you move off the surface or the atmosphere of this Earth's surface. So now, let me go into thermodynamics. They are part of the topic in physics when we talk about heat energy, heat as a form of energy, another type of energy. But this energy, how do we manage this energy in space? Heat management in space, because space environment is very, very critical, very terrible. So which means a student must be taught that material that we use in building our spacecraft to go into the space must be made in such a way that it will be reflecting heat. In one of our subjects in physics as well, on heat is that we talk about heat transfer by convection, radiation, and conduction. But in space, there is no convection because air doesn't flow. So how do we now manage it here? So the discussion of space will really give a lot of meaning to most of what we talk about in space. Like, let me just, apart from what we are having on our slide, one of the prominent examples is that when you talk about surface tension in physics, you talk about the ability of a surface of water behaving as if it is covered by an elastic skin. But most of the example we normally talk about under this topic is that we talk about forces of cohesion and adhesion, which is forces of attraction between molecules of the same kind or substance. Most of the example we normally use is that when you pour mercury into a glass cup, that mercury will fall off without wetting the surface of that glass cup or the container containing the mercury. But in case when you put water there, that water is going to wet the surface of that. So that now you now be talking about the forces of adhesion in water is greater. Then the forces of cohesion of mercury, molecule of mercury altogether, it is cohesive, holding each other way. But the same water, when you get into a microgravity, is taken to space, the way it is behaved is different. You now see that a water will be behaving as if to say that it is being held by cohesive forces, that a water will not just be dropping the way it is dropping on the surface of the earth. So most of all what happened in space is a good example, is a good ground for us to understand most of all these concepts very well compared to the way we are being taught. Now, most of the time, even right from our junior secondary school, we talk about Newton's laws of motion. We talk about the first law of motion, the second law of motion. Most of our students, they can define this, partially understand the concept, but they cannot be fully understood until we talk about space. Now, like in Newton's laws of motion now, really application of Newton's law of motion is talking, the first law is talking about an object will remain at rest, or our object will remain in continuous motion until it is being acted upon by an external force. All this can be demonstrated when somebody is inside a space station because there is no gravity there. A student that you are telling that if you put a ball on the top of a table, that ball will not go until you apply a pushing force to allow the ball to go. Or that ball will not stop until maybe something stops the ball, like air resistance or the friction between the ball and the ground surface. But that might not be feasible to the student. He might believe that when you apply a pushing force to what you put on a table like a ball, it will continue going. But what stops it? Is it frictional forces? Is it the air resistance is passing through? But this can be much more demonstrated when we have a video of somebody in space station standing afloat, not coming down, not going up. A slight push will make that person or the object to move a little bit into the capacity of the applied force. That one will better explain that, oh, Newton's first law of motion is talking about every object or every body will remain at rest if it is not altered or affected by any force. And the body at rest will also remain permanently at rest forever if it is not tampered with any force. All this can be fully demonstrated when you make a sample of what happened in the space station or in the space arena. Now, what about electromagnetism? In communication, electromagnetism. You know, in electromagnetism, we talk about, mostly in SS3, we talk about electromagnetic wave. An electromagnetic wave, we talk about all the spectrum of radio wave, microwave, and some other concepts. About 7 of them arranged in accordance with maybe increasing frequency or decreasing wavelength, depending on whichever way you want to put it. This one can be used to explain, like, for example, now, microwave and radio wave. Radio wave on the surface of the heart are used for radio signal communication. Most of our radio signal, radio station, are allocated with a certain frequency of operation, which will be different from every other thing. So the same thing happens in space. For a long distance communication from space to the earth, we need a radio signal to transmit the signal from the space to somebody monitoring somebody in the space station. So all these are very good examples of, let me go to. Now, another thing that we need to do because of our time is hands-on activities. We cannot fully engage our students until they have a practical example of what you are talking about. Maybe within their environment, there are some things that they can gather, most of all those waste products that they can use to really practicalize the concept you are teaching them. The example we are having here is that in the discussion of space, you cannot do without talking about rocket propulsion, because something must take the technical crew or those people doing exploration in space to the space for them to be able to do whatever experiment that they wanted to do, which means rocket propulsion is one of those things that you need to talk about. And you know, in rocket propulsion, you talk about a law of conservation of linear momentum. Okay. Now, for example, now, in rocket propulsion, your objective can be to demonstrate Newton's third law of motion. And you know, in Newton's third law of motion, you talk about action and reaction. They are equal but opposite. So what are the material that student might need here? Now, when you get a balloon, straw, string, then from this arrangement, you can see you can just attach, following this arrangement, you can make a balloon, inflated balloon. When the air inside this is getting leaked, so the balloon will be moving around the thread. So indicating that for every action, there is equal and opposite reaction. The air coming out is producing a thrust that is making the balloon to move forward, which means that one fully demonstrates Newton's third law of motion of saying that to every action, there must be equal and opposite reaction. Even without doing it like this, if you inflated a balloon and you allow it to move up, as the air inside this is coming out, the balloon will be moving forward. So indication that to every action, there is equal and opposite reaction, which means the more the inflated air, the more the thrust the balloon will be able to have, and the more the distance it will be able to travel. Now, another example is building a simple electromagnet. Apart from even being in space, electromagnet is one of those wonderful of this world that in every devices that we use today, electronics, electrical, most of all these devices, they use electromagnet, which means ability of making electricity to produce a magnetism. So, and this can just be demonstrated with students by making them to have material like all these battery, wire, iron nail, or any magnetic material. Then, and we know that the principle of making a material to become magnet, one of the way by which you make a magnet is to allow maybe electricity to flow through a conductor. There will be a magnetic field around that conductor, which means that electricity is now used to generate magnetism. So, and with just this setup, we can use that one to demonstrate it to students how this can be done. And most of all these things that we see here, they are very, very useful. This topic on electromagnet, most of the devices in space are based on this electromagnet principle. They are very useful. Now, another way by which we can make space science to be very, very relevant in our discussion is to incorporate technology like using simulation. I don't know, maybe most of us are familiar with PhET simulation. It's one of those very popular simulation. Hello, are we together?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I use PhET simulation in my chemistry, and I have a YouTube channel, Chemistry with Banke, where I recorded the use of PhET simulation.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Okay, I could remember most of the time I've been teaching, if I'm talking about electromagnetic induction, and you talk about Faraday law of electrolysis, students manage sometimes to understand the concept very well, because most of the instructional aids that are available might not be suitable enough for students, and the limited time we have for students to be able to understand this concept. But not until when I'm familiar with PhET simulation that has most of my students to have the application on their phone and they should use it. They can now tell me Faraday law of electromagnetic induction, that whenever there is a relative motion between a conductor and magnet, and in this current or in this EMF is introduced with just this simple simulation of taking maybe a magnet, moving it through very close to a solenoid. We can see the more you move it closer, the more the brightness of the bulb attached to this circuit that we see. So indicating that the more the speed of that, the more will be the current generated or EMF generated, because the more you see a light bulb being brightened, shows that there is more EMF supply, out of which current is taken by the load, which is the bulb in the circuit. So it's one of very good way to make a student to understand the concept very well. Now, virtual reality. VR camera is one of those very good things that can make students understand something that are not even very close to them, that they cannot see physically. If you introduce them with a virtual reality box, they will understand it better. I could still remember in 2019, I was into one program with 3 of my students at Abuja, and immediately they come out of that room at American Embassy. I could remember Abuja, America. They take them into journey of this virtual reality box. One of those students was just telling me that, Oga, immediately I enter like this. I put one glass in my eyes. I hold one probe. I just see myself that appear in face. I've seen a lot of things. I see spanner. They ask me to troubleshoot something. It's like I should not leave the avenue. So most of all these things are very good as a teacher to expose our students to. Now, one of those things that we can equally do is storytelling.
Sorry, sir.
My
Before
time.
you go to storytelling, no. I just wanted to ask. These things you are telling us, you must be teaching in a private school, right?
I'm not teaching in a private school. I'm teaching in a public school.
Okay, because
it's all about passion.
I've
You know,
heard
teaching is
my
all about
say that all these things, you can't do them in a public school. I teach in a public school too. And you hear this one that
you can do it too. It depends on. Okay, it all depends on you. You know, most of all these things, if you want to make a change within your society or in the world, you don't have to look at people you are surrounded with. We know it's only few human beings that will make that changes that we are looking for in the world. Not every human being. The only thing is that you should just count yourself to be among those that will be making that changes, because you face a lot of distraction, a lot of disturbance. People will talk about you that even when I started this job, I could remember one of those things. I was posted into village most of my time because I'm not doing anything. I will stay throughout in the class. Even if a teacher doesn't come, I'll go to another, because instead of just go and be sitting down in the staff room talking about something that cannot promote me, I see it as an avenue for promoting some other human being in life. Even very recently, I met one of those who I could not recognize again. He was now telling me one of those quotations I normally used to tell them that I've even forgotten that I've said such, that they really miss me when I left that school. So it's all about individual. It's not about government. Government in another 20, 10 years to come, government may not even move in the direction of most of all this thing. We need to move ahead of government if we want to make the change. So it is when we are doing it that the government will now see it and move in that direction that, oh, these are what we need. And most of our colleagues in school, they will be complaining of, oh, there is no training, there is no workshop. So I don't believe somebody in 21st century as a teacher will still be saying you don't have access to training at this age, when we are not living 350 years back where they go. With the presence of online communication and everything, a teacher will now still be complaining that there is no. I have a lot of training that I need to attend today now that I cannot because of this. Because most of all these are online, just like when we are attending now. So people will still be complaining that they don't know that there is what they call virtual reality. They don't know that there is any space education because their employer did not expose them to such. So we cannot wait for our employer to take us into that journey. We need to move ourselves. Just like Newton's first law of motion. Everybody, every object will not move until a force make that object to move. You know, even it's spiritual, Newton's law of motion, when you look at it, because nothing will happen until you make it happen. So now, storytelling and visualization, storytelling techniques, you know, most time, students love story. It's like you enter into your class, you want to talk about maybe a flying object or the shape of, like, way of reducing friction now. Way of reducing friction, you said, ball and roller, bearing, lubrication, streamlining. Most time I'm talking about streamlining. I normally ask my student that, why is it that the shape of birds flying in the sky are like that? Why is it that the shape of fish in the water are such like that? They said that they are just, you know, our creator itself obey the law of what it created, not even going against it or using one miracle to. So that, okay, that is what we call streamlining. So for airplane to flow in space, you need to make it in such a way so that you reduce air resistance. Now, somebody can be talking about the story of space mission, just like Apollo moon landing. Then you now be talking about what are those physics that are related to this. An object must move from the surface of the earth. What are those things required by those objects to move? They need fuel. What are those things that they must work against? They need to prepare for microgravity. So storytelling normally make most of our discussion to be retained by students. Now, we can use case study of this Hubble telescope to explain to our students. Just yesterday, I was opportune to attend a training on using dusk observatory telescope. When I was telling one of my sons stayed beside me while I was doing that, he was somehow felt that somebody can just stay within the confine of your room and operate a telescope, one big object from United States of America, and use that to take the picture and see the posture of moon, what is really happening, where are you having block inside your room. So these are a sample of what we are talking about. If a student say that thing, so when you are talking about telescope in the class, and you are talking about the component of a telescope, you have earpiece lens, you have a objective lens, you will quickly understand the concept compared to somebody that is just hearing telescope for the other time. The next thing is earpiece lens, objective lens, everything will just be missing up, not understanding the concept. But having seen that before, either virtually or physically, will aid the understanding. Now, the project-based learning. So, like this one now, you can assign your student to design a Mars habitat. Now, on the surface of the earth, human beings want to go to the Mars, the next planet to the earth. The moon is our satellite moving around the earth, but they need to move from the earth to the moon to study what is happening in the moon, so that a moon will be a grounding station for them to move into the Mars. But there will be some requirement for human beings to stay on the surface of the Mars. So you can make something like a project-based learning whereby students are allowed to apply the principle of physics or some other science subject of what are those challenges that human beings are going to encounter moving to this surface. What are those things that they must need to carry along? Just like on the surface of the earth, we talk about gravity. Gravity helps a lot in agriculture. Most of our plants, they grow. The root of a plant grow towards gravity, and the shoot of a plant go towards light, photosynthesis. But in a microgravity environment, how will the root grow? So a student might look into this, that somebody is going to Mars, it will not be possible, or it will not be economical to be taking food from the surface of the earth every time, because it's a long journey. So how can they practice agriculture on the surface of the? So something related to this could be introduced to students, that, okay, this project, well, you group yourself into you group them into a certain, into some division. You handle this part, the other one, you talk about how are you going to do your agriculture in space. You talk about how do you generate your electricity. You talk about our waste product. Since we are going to be having limited resources, how are we going to be recycling our waste so that we can be reused again? So project-based learning is very, very good. So it will help integration of space. Now, gamification. Just like, maybe let me talk about assessment. Sometimes interactive quizzes could be used. Like, I know some of us are familiar with Kahoot to generate quizzes, maybe why online like this. So for students, so that it will aid the understanding of students. Because of time, let me go to field trips and guest speakers. Just like Dr. Banke has did now, inviting a guest speaker to come and educate us. The same thing we can do to our students. We can invite somebody like Dr. Banke that, oh, I want to organize one of these things, class for my student. When are you going to be available? I want you to talk to my student on this aspect. It will make them to understand the concept, and they will never forget again in life. Even all that they memorize to pass their exam, sometimes students might forget. But the practical, the real life experience, you never forget. Or we can organize a field trips to some important area. Maybe where students can even see maybe virtual reality box. You can organize a trip there so that it will aid the understanding of the students. Now, relating space science into everyday life. Every day of our life activities can be related to space science. Just like the other time I was talking about when you put water inside a cup, that water is going to wet the cup. Then we talk about the forces of adhesion between those water, maybe hydrogen and oxygen. Is very weak, making it to attach to. But when we get into space, so almost every day of our life, you can see that Creo astronaut that you see in the picture. Maybe he's trying to bring out water from that surface. And if water is coming out of that water will just be dropping like if today that is a palm oil. All those tension will be very, very strong. The forces holding those molecules of hydrogen, oxygen, holding them together are very strong. They will not be separate. But on the surface of Earth, a little bit reduced. So, and purification of water. Most of all these will be doing them when the time comes in the class. But for now, we'll just be making mention of them. Hello? Okay, somebody is talking on the ground.
Okay, let me quickly check that out.
Okay. Okay. Hello, can I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, most of our everyday activities can be related to space in our class, in every STEM classes, apart from not even physics. And we all believe that most of all these STEM classes, they are interrelated. They don't just go. In physics, you talk about electrolysis. In chemistry, you talk about electrolysis as well. Just like the other time we talk about Mars habitat. Now, somebody that is going to Mars and they're having limited resources like water. Maybe out of the waste material coming from their body and some other thing, how can they reuse that water again? So I think on the surface, one of these surface, you have some ice water, which means electrolysis can be used to disintegrate this one so that you have hydrogen, you have oxygen to aid the astronaut. So every day of our life are very, very relevant in connection to what happened in space. Okay, collaborative learning. Okay, now, just like the other time we talk about having some hands-on activities in the class, which are very simple, that can even be completed within the time space in the classroom. We can as well have group projects to encourage students to engage on a certain project, which may be a little bit much more comprehensive than what we are having. Just like in the discussion of a machine in physics class, they imagine the device by means of which work can be done much easier and conveniently. And most time, when you're talking about classification, you talk about lever or lever, any way you pronounce it. And we know the arrangement of lever that is having 3 parameters: fulcrum, load, and effort. And just because of that principle alone, many other concepts were built on that one. But a student will now be allowed to go a little bit higher into going into a very strong, strong project that will enable them to understand the concept of what you are teaching them. It's like you ask students to build a rocket. They may be thinking of, oh, I need to make a shape that must be pointed at an edge. I need some material. Okay, if I want to use something like a metal, will I need maybe something like electric motor to drive it? Then another set of students may be thinking that, oh, what are those chemicals used by rocket to fly? Maybe creating rocket fuel. So something like that. So one of those things that we can also do is to do the debate and discussion. Most of our discussion can be putting them in debate, just like we are talking about Mars habitat now. Why must we even go there? Some other will have a question that why are we going to space since we have all the resources here? Because of our limited knowledge, we might be thinking all the resources that we have here are very sufficient for us, but it is not like that. With the knowledge, with the current technology, you can see that most of all those resources are available in space. Okay, we can use a debate to, make students understand most of all these concepts very well. Okay, connecting with current events, current space mission, just like I said the other time, in 2025, human beings are still going to the surface of the moon. Just like we are having an International Space Station, about 250 miles away from the surface of the Earth now, revolving around the Earth every day. Just like I used to tell my people, my religious people, that normally tell us that ilé ayé yìí ó tóbi, kò sẹ́nìkan tó rópin ẹ̀. Me, I don't believe that again, no. Because people in space station are moving around all this body, even 19 times. Like in Nigeria, they may move around Nigeria from beginning, going around the world, coming back 4 times a day. Then likewise some other part of the world, every day with a machine, going around it, doing a lot of research, helping human beings. So the same thing now, they are trying to go to, they are currently building a gateway. That one will be used to monitor the moon. So that one will not be a stepping ground for them to go into the surface of the Mars. So connecting the current event that is going with class will make students to want to listen to you, understand the concept you are talking about. They will even go further when they get home. Some of them will go and visit some site, watch some video, because students are really, really interested in something that look much more practical than just abstract. So we can analyze data from space mission, just like I've said now. Now, accessible resources. Most of the resources that are needed to do this one, if you go to NASA site, we'll get them. If you go to European Space Agency, ESA, we'll get them there. And some other space agencies. Most of them, they are free. They are accessible. We can access them. They are enormous. Even the one that we as space educator have access to because of the privilege or the advantage that we have. And I believe most of you even have much more than that because it has just started. There are a lot of all this. So if you are ready to commit ourselves to do this job, will be accessible. All this material will be available to us. There is a lot of material that we can use. Like, I don't know if you can see this textbook now, The Martian and the Way. I don't know, maybe you can see it. So I collected it from Casey while coming. So I just collected it today back from one of my students, taking it from one. I want to read something about Mars. I want to read. So there are a lot of material that we have access to. It will even help us much more than we even expected, to even help us understand some concept that we don't really understand that we are teaching the students. Okay, don't let me, because I've talked about design a Mars habitat objective. These are just the procedure of doing that one, talking about what are the physics principle that you can use to relate that one. What are those things like thermal regulation, energy supply, radiation? I've briefly talked about. Then, what are the outcomes? Students should be able to present their design, explaining the physics behind their choices. So, let me go to. So the future belongs only to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. I've started this work just like from my profile. While I was into engineering, I normally manage cell sites, all these telecommunication sites, bringing up sites, their telecommunication equipment, their power equipment. But at that very period of time, because of some concept that I really understand, there is a friend that is into teaching. I normally go to him, teach the student most of all these concepts. I can now see that they really understand the concept compared to what my friend into teaching is teaching them, just because of the environment are exposed into. So we should try to do our best to these students. They are the future of tomorrow. They are the tomorrow leader, and their future solely depend on the teacher. And they even depend on most of those things that we normally say compared to what their parents say. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you very much, Mr. Wahab. God bless you. And it's a wrap on these notes. We will be back by 11 a.m. tomorrow to continue the training. So thank you, esteemed teachers, for joining the training. I'll see you all tomorrow, 11 a.m. by God's grace. Cheers.
Thank you. So I overused my time by 10. Sorry for that too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So sorry for the sub. There's no any feedback. Most of our people, are they sleeping?
Okay, let me go to the chat. Do we have questions? Those of you who have, if you have questions, please raise your hand. We can take 2-3 questions before we call it a day, right? I believe physics teachers are in here. Anyone, you have questions? Let me see your hands up, and then I will. Does anyone have questions? Okay. Oh, well, if you have any questions, you can send them to me, to the WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group will be opened, and you should indicate the name of the speaker your question is directed to, so that we can forward it to them for response. In the absence of any questions, I can't see any questions here. I think it was really simplified, and I believe the lesson is well taken. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma, doctor.
I am grateful, sir. All right. Okay. We have come to the end of today's training session. I believe you had a very pleasant time out. We will be back here on Thursday. So you are still sharing your screen. You can stop sharing.
Okay, I just want to. You have picture. I just want to take picture. That is.
Oh, okay.
While I was talking, I forget to do that.
Okay. Can we have our teachers? Those of you who are comfortable with the screen, let's take a group picture. Can you turn on your video? Please, guys, can we turn on our videos? Gentlemen, please ensure that you are properly dressed and covered. Thank you. Make sure you are properly. Sir, don't take it. Let's have more people join us on the camera. And please make sure you are properly covered. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready? Are we ready? Let me see. I want to see all the people on this call right now turn on their videos, except you know that you really can't turn it on because you are out here. Okay, please, we want you all to turn on your videos so we can see you, except you sincerely can't have your video turned on. We're going to wait for you for a minute. We are rounding up. We are rounding up. Okay, we have 63 people on this call right now. Okay, I think we can just go ahead. It's my calf showing. I want to see my calf. Okay, are we ready? Alaja, smile. All right, shall we pause? 3, 2, 1. Do you still want to take one more, sir?
Yo, I'm okay.
All right. Thank you, Oluokun Adeola. I see you. Oluwafolakemi Oluwatoyin. I see you. Amzat Halima. Salam alaikum. I also saw a senior colleague right now. Abiloye Bumi, Abolarin Beatrice. I appreciate you. BCINE Davis, everyone, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow on the training. So bye, y'all. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye, bye. Thank you.